Hello, welcome to the first streamed AMT since Elevation's release, I believe. I am Juniper, and I will be commenting on most of today's gameplay. Hopefully, there will be also some other commentators, but we will see. I am getting everything set up as we speak. Let's see. All right, looks like our first round is up and should be starting in just a second. So I'll try and get us over there. Let me pull up the pairings, and yeah, I think we should be good to go. So take a look at today's competitors. Hello.
Hey.
I think we're ready to get right into it. Yep, looks like game one has started, so let me dive right into a game. Let's check out, how about under pairings? How about just do table one Zwicky versus New Poltrix. Can you say something real quick just to check audio? You?
Hello.
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 Let me double check that we're good to stream. I think we're good to stream, everyone, but I'm just going to double check. All right, we're good to stream. Let me know when you're into the game, and we can get started. Game's already started. We've got a As versus Zwicky group. Whoa. Have you seen any of the lists going around recently, Eli?
It's I mean I've been seeing Baz, which seems like as in some sense of the word. But I think as is like, I'm trying to remember. It's definitely, I know I saw one recently. I'm trying to remember. I think it's like, I mean there's definitely the Jachinho Q loop stuff, right? Um, that's still pretty hot.
Yeah, there's always that. What I've been seeing recently is people trying to use Knick-Knack in As, because
Yes,
Knick-Knack is lets
that's the one
you
I was thinking of.
Knick-Knack lets you trash your own connections and things. Lets you trash the class act, which you can play for cheaper, and Knick-Knack is played for
Mhm.
cheaper. So technically, every time you trash one of your own connections, you gain a credit of sorts. It's good with red team as well. It's
Yeah.
an interesting build. Let me see if I can zoom in on this a bit.
Oh, I think I'm just seeing it. Is that a smartware I'm seeing?
There is definitely a smartware on the board. I wonder if that is I wonder if that's a Knick-Knack target, because I mean, it draws you a
Isn't
card,
it
I
always
guess.
zero? Yeah. I
It
mean
doesn't
it is
get you anything,
zero.
but
Yeah.
mm,
I mean it's people are experimenting with different econ packages.
you need
Um
something.
it's interesting to see Hermes here though. Like I
I mean,
feel like,
Hermes is just good no matter where it is, you know?
right, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of fun. Oh yes, and of course our new friend, the I can't read the card with the job stuff. New Market or something.
Starting out scoring a yeah.
Free Market.
Free market's pretty good. Free market's pretty open market. Open market's pretty
Open
good in
Market.
As.
I keep
Just a
telling
solid.
it, but yeah.
Scored out an off-world office. That's a great start as any identity. Most Wayland identities at this point I've found are trying to score out something with trying to play measured response as a major part of their plan. So
Yes.
I'm betting that this is some sort of, that's the goal here, would be my guess.
Well, I mean, off is it's just good.
Yeah, it's
Also,
just good, but also my brain, it's 2 points towards that.
yes, yes,
Mhm.
of course. I think it's interesting with the agenda builds with Zwick. Well, I mean, with measured response specifically, because you have you have the new 3-2, you still have Azef, and then of course you also have stuff like off of course, which I believe that works with Zwicky's ability, right? That's
Yep.
remembering what Zwicky does.
Chesva from Az can potentially use that to trash that. Trashing a measured response. That's what you want to see. You want to get those out of the corpse area. What's the corp have in the archives right now? 1 measured response, 1 government subsidy, ooh, and 1 spin doctor. Hate to see that in the trash.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean open market's really good with Az. It's really interesting because you have Baz is like the new like, I don't want to say better version of Az, but that's like the new thing. And then it's like, but you could still also play those cards in Az. You know, I just thought it was interesting that you have Hermes, which is like an objectively good card, and then Smartware, which is, you know, it's okay, but you know, it's always funny to me what deck building choices people make. But
Az deck threw away an Airblade, which means they're running Airblade, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Airblades is just kind of good.
It's, I mean,
some senses.
I think the problem with Airblade is that I'd usually rather run a different card than Airblade, almost always. But that doesn't make it bad. I don't think it's just yeah. Especially, I mean, you do get to play it for free here. Those Zwicki Quarkinator's going very, very brave here and just completely leaving R&D and HQ open, which is really dangerous, especially right now when there's a Hermes on the board. You've got that 1 advancement counter on server 2, but if anything gets scored out of R&D, you instantly lose that advancement counter. That's a heavy gamble.
I do wonder if there's like another copy of Measured Response in hand, and Quarkinator's like, oh well, if they steal, you know, I can just do whatever. And of course, New Pedrix, they just installed the Class Act, assuming that there's some shenanigans going on.
Yep.
Because in the right circumstance, if you score that and with like a seamless or something, and then you have a click left, then you can just play Measured Response because you're at threat 4.
Second off-world office, going to not draw cards due to hand being full. Have to wonder what's in hand right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you're set up here pretty well. You've got 2. You're at the 4 points. You've got. You've got 24 credits, so you can play Measured Response as many times as you need to. You just have to have them in hand now.
Right. And I think... Oh, Twinning coming down.
Twinning coming down. And do note that the runner can use Twinning, or use Icebreakers to increase Twinning, put counters on Twinning, just by paying for credits off of... just by paying to increase the strength, even if you aren't actually using the Icebreaker on anything. Yeah. You can just increase the strength by 1.
I'd be curious if this deck is also playing Azamat. Just because, I mean, I've been playing that in Lou, which is an obvious synergy, but I think for Twinning decks, it's really good too.
Game Dragon on the field.
Game Dragon.
I mean, if you're going for fun hardware, it is currently my favorite hardware. Don't necessarily think it's very good, but I like Game Dragon. I wish Game Dragon was more playable. I put it in every deck, and then I'm always like, oh, I wish this was slightly better.
You know what? I genuinely feel like Kurapira is like one of the best barrier breakers, especially with Cleaver gone. And like, but the one thing is having to boost. So you don't have to boost as much. And even if you have the Chesva credits, but
Pinhole threading on archives to see what's in server 2. Definitely what you want to see. New Poldrix, it feels like a lot of stuff they're looking for is just coming up for them. Seeing the Chesva and the Twinning down early. A lot of cards they need. They just need to get their other Icebreakers down. Yeah,
and I love the Pinhole Chesva combo, because then you can just use the Chesva credits to trash things in remotes. But of course, this was a Spin Doctor, so you didn't get to see that.
Shuffling in a Measured Response makes sense. Runner has to be considering at all times. New Poldrix has to be considering at any moment I could be Measured Response. If I ever end below 4 cards, there's a pretty good chance I die just instantly.
Yes, just never go below 4. I
Yeah.
I think is generally the safest way to play it. Ooh,
Hmm.
Julie. That's interesting.
Julie used with smartware. Interesting.
Yeah, I think the only other thing we've seen so far that works with Julie is Nuka, which is I think the best thing that works with Julie, honestly. KPI.
API, that's a transaction, so that'll trigger Zwiki. Zwiki's
Mm-hmm.
ability, of course, just to mention again, first time each turn you gain credits through an ability on an agenda or operation, you may draw one card. So all operations that gain you credits and all agendas that gain you credits also draw you a card. This makes things like key performance indicators now not just draw one card, but draw two cards.
And again, interestingly, on that last score, Quarkinator chose not to draw because the
Yeah.
draw is optional. Um,
Could be a sign of a
which
flooded hand.
yes, I mean I think every draw should be optional if possible. But in most circumstances, you take it. But there's definitely some where it's just not worth it. Either if you're flooded or you know got everything you need and you don't really want to throw anything out.
Yeah.
I suspect there might be another measured response in hand.
Yeah, it could be protecting hand because two measured responses, could be protecting hand because looking for because of worried about too many agendas in hand.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, you know what? I have seen some criminals playing like one copy of Steelskin, um, like just as damage protection. So that could also be, you might also be potentially immune from the double measured response if you have just one Steelskin and 5 cards in hand.
Doesn't Steelskin only draw you two cards when discarded, or is it three?
It's two, but oh no, you're right.
Yeah, with 5 cards in hand, you'd need
Yeah, you'd have to have two. No, you're right. I wasn't thinking, but yeah, I mean, I guess it would save you.
any more cards in hand is always useful.
Yeah,
Messing up the
more
corpse
cards.
math is always useful.
Right, right. No, you're right about that. I was trying to
Your free to
think.
credits.
I mean, sometimes other ones might play Stone Ship as well, but
New
um,
Poldrix really needs to see just more breakers of any sort, or a boomerang, or anything. Like, they can see 3 cards from HQ or R&D if they can get into either, but they don't have a way into either. They're also
yeah,
not pressuring the servers a ton, which
was
obviously you don't have the icebreakers, makes sense, but also it means that Quarkinator's been able to build up 23 credits as opposed
yeah.
to forcing him
mean,
to res ice. Here we go. Yeah, forcing him to res ice, which is what you want to
yeah,
be doing.
and typically as runs like 3 boomerangs, so not seeing a boomerang at this point in the game is very
Yeah, it's rough.
odd. Yes.
All right, let's see. Descent's definitely an ice you like to see as the runner here.
Mhm. I think you're gonna see 3 here.
Oh, that's 1.
Yep.
Oh, that's 2. Oh,
Nice.
all right. Which feels great, but
Yeah.
also now you got to be worried about the measured response.
Well, I mean, you already were worried, but because it already was at threat 4, but
Especially because Wiki
you're,
Group, with the ability, any operation can also draw them one more card to try and dig for those measured responses.
this is true. Oh man, the double smartware. I guess it works with Julie.
Installing
Interesting.
2 cards. Third click. And another ice. So just going back to most of what was down before. That's still such a dangerous gamble because all you have on R&D is that code gate. But
Yeah.
I mean that can win you the game. Hermes just makes those gambles so much riskier because if you mess
Yeah.
up, then you don't just
Well,
lose a point,
I,
you
bel
lose
I
everything on the table.
That's true, but I believe you're not seeing a new card off of R&D here because you saw 3,
Yeah, but you have
and
2 twinning counters already, so you're seeing 3 again.
right, but 2 of those are the same because they only did their mandatory.
No, but 2 of them were agendas that were stolen.
That's true. Oh no, you're right. You're right. You're
Yeah.
right. So I guess it's at least 2 new cards. Oh no, no, it would be 3. No, you're right.
Yeah.
I always forget that math, but um yeah. I guess you figure as the corp you have so much money,
Oh,
but
class act here is so good.
yeah,
I mean, that's
yeah,
going to completely protect you from
yeah,
measured response, because now the corp has to play 3 measured response to kill.
yeah.
That's not happening. I mean,
I
it
think
could, but that's so difficult.
yeah. I think you often like I think in a lot of games as the corp you're like, well look at me, I got all this money. Like, getting a kill isn't always the easiest. And I suspect they might have a second slash and burn, but like it's not gonna be easy to get those last 3 points if you're trying to score out. But oh no, there is a second slash and burn.
Okay. Scoring
Alright.
that out, putting you at 6. I mean, it could just be that Quarkinator has a final green mail in hand, green mail being the new 2-1, and is just like, I'm just gonna score out, I'm gonna win that way.
Yeah.
Quarkinator losing
Oof.
losing the card that's on the field, which is almost certainly a spin doctor. Oh, and now the slash and burn is stuck in archives, and
Oh
Quarkinator
no.
can't get it out. So if
Oh
Az
boy.
gets into archives, that's just the win right there.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's
And there's the
I mean,
boomerang. There's
yeah.
nothing you can protect with that you can't break with a Kurapira, a boomerang. Yep, there it
Yeah.
is.
Big oof. Oof.
Uh
Yeah.
for
I mean it's a hard mistake to make where
Yep.
you just have to remember to pre-res things with Hermes.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt. I mean, it's difficult. Yeah, I guess you could pre-res with the Hermes, but oh,
Yeah, you just gotta remember to pre-res.
mhm.
But
GG. The fast
yeah.
game. Apparently, 2
Yeah.
of the games have already finished, so it looks like we're seeing a lot of very, very fast games. Well played by
Yeah.
both of them. Let's see. What
Yeah,
are
yeah.
other games right now? I believe that table 2, table 3, and now table 1 have already finished. So maybe we go look at table 6 with a uh, Anarch versus. Oh, looks like table 6 might also be finished. So maybe table 4 then with a Haspiroid?
Yes, potentially. But yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, we
an archives Bioak would have done it. Yeah, you could have broken
yeah,
most of it with the boomerang, but you couldn't have broken the last one. That would have done it. Right, Lock.
yeah.
Right, let's go take a look at table 4 if it's still going. Oh wow,
But I was gonna say, ooh, this is quite a board state.
this is some advanced PD board state. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, God, this is such a. I don't want to say this is a boring matchup, but it is a very. It feels like a very reg matchup.
Mhm. I mean,
PD versus
most of the
Grim.
cards we're seeing are cards that we've seen before. Actually, I don't think there's a single new card on the table.
There's the new 3-2. The
The
new
new
PD
3/2's been
3-2.
scored. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the only one.
but
Right.
that's basically just a replacement for Project Vitruvius in this context.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, this
I
is
am the
like I would assume this is like a deep dive deck.
Yeah, almost certainly, especially with the Swift there.
Yeah.
Blueberry Diesel. Now there's an old school card. Let's see. So
Yeah.
currently, I mean, with
I mean
4
that's
points, Sable is at the point. I am the goal is at the point where he can win off of a deep dive. One deep
yeah.
dive does potentially win. The problem is
But
that card in server 1. That's
there, there's also 4 unknown ice on the board and 1 upgrade on R&D, which is likely a Managarm. Oh, there's the Estebrado.
true. True. Pulse. Mostly annoying versus a when you're playing the deep dive deck.
Yeah.
Seeing a nano management, not what you want to see, because that means that's another way for the corp to advance out whatever's in that server.
I was gonna say, I feel like the Blueberry Diesel is the bigger giveaway for a deep dive deck, because you don't have the influence to spend on real draw.
That's a fair point. Oh, yep, there we go. There it was. Seamless launch of that. Well, that was a fast game.
Vulnerability Audit. Such a not again card.
I love to see Vulnerability Audit, especially in a seamless launch deck.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty powerful.
Sad we could only show you the end of that game. Let's see, anyone else still going? Looks like table 5 is the only table still going, so I guess we'll go take a look at that. Let's see. This is another fairly advanced game, although the runner is definitely in a better position here. Ooh. However, at any moment could lose to a kill. That's the thing about decks like this. Let's see, we've got the runners managed to steal a Basalt Spire, a Green Mail, and managed to steal a Basalt Spire.
That 11 counter Botulus though.
Oof. Yeah, that's just, you saw that and you're never rezzing it ever.
Well, maybe there's a virus in the server too.
Could be. I have done that before. It's very fun.
I'm sure it's fairly satisfying.
So the runner's looking at the one thing is the runner only has a barrier breaker right now, and there is the Sentry Winchester on HQ. So the runner can't get past that right now without.
There is a Simmel chip, so I'm assuming there might be Palangi or that new Egret type card in the bin, potentially.
Could be, but what would you trash to get there? You would have to trash the Botulus, and then you can't get past what's in that server.
That is true.
Let's see how this goes. Installing a card on the root of server 2, putting more ice on server 2. Really scared of the runner getting in there.
Yeah. I mean, this is another situation where the runner has not that much money. The corp has a decent amount of money, but, you know, this is 6 core damage. It's a lot of core damage.
The real danger here, in my opinion... Oh yeah, there's the Palangi in Archives.
Yeah.
The real danger here, in my opinion, is that the runner only has 1 card in stack. So as soon as you lose that card, right now you have, let's see, with 6 core damage and a thing, you're discarding down to 3 cards at the end of every turn, I guess?
I can never do that. You know, the thing that's annoying is JNet never shows you, like, your hand size. It only shows
grip 4 out of 3. So yeah, you're discarding to 3 every turn. So you can't survive a measured response at all unless you have 8 credits.
Well, I was going to say, or if you have an Ashen in hand. But even then, yeah, I guess you would discard down to 3.
There might be an Ashen in... I can't see in Archives. Don't see an Ashen in one of Archives I can see. Jinteki.net does not like that I've zoomed in. I don't see an Ashen in there, so...
Yeah, and the influence seems pretty... I mean, they might have another... Yeah, even if you had another Memory Diamond. That wouldn't work.
The Corp also only has 9 cards remaining, though, so if you can do basically anything here, you can potentially win. There's an argument to be made, honestly, for just sitting around and saving up money, because the Corp can't measured response you. So Pete does have one way around that BOAC, which is Simulchip, and there is a Palangi in Archives. That lets you pull out the Begemot, turn the Begemot, turn that into a barrier. You can get through. However, to do that, you need the first ice to be a barrier or something else you can get through. Corp is gonna. Corp scores out and oh
boy. Whew. All right.
That's scary.
Yeah, now you just need another Azef to win.
Clicking and running on Archives, just hoping that it's there. Yep, there it. Well, that's only 1 point. Oh no! If there's a measured response here, you lose. There's a
Yeah.
botulus on the board that you can trash. Yeah.
Yeah.
There it is.
Is there
Wait,
any
no,
other
but you have
breakers?
that. Is there a second one? There's the second one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh man. Yeah, there it is.
There's the gamble. You gamble that the corp doesn't have two measured responses in hand, then you manage to trash them both. Oh,
Is
that's
there
gotta hurt.
any
Seeing only
other?
one green mail. Beautiful plays though. Amazing job getting
Yeah.
out of a real sticky situation by
Is there
motion blur.
only Botulus and Begamot? Is
Hmm?
there no other breakers?
Um,
I don't think there's any other breakers in
I don't
Archive.
see any other breakers. Yeah, I think it's just that. Uh, which is interesting list.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of decks do that, but yeah. Rough,
Yeah,
rough breaks.
I think this was a situation where you actually just had to sit around and click for credits. As bad as it feels, I think that's how you would have had to win.
Mm-hmm. With that, I
Palangi
think
gets around to anything. Palangi only is once per turn, so
yeah.
if there
Well,
was another Sentry Breaker there, you know.
mhm. It can only get through. It can only get through. It can only get through the first one. Oh, but that's the end of round
per
one.
turn.
That's the entire round one.
Palangi is once per turn, I believe.
Yeah, it
So
can't get through.
only gets one.
It can't get through both pieces of ice. But if the first ice is a barrier, we didn't see what it was. They could have gotten through it. Yeah. Oh, let's see. So that's round one. Seeing a fair number of corp wins, which is nice to see. uh,
Lots of murder.
Yeah, lots of murder. The game's going really, really fast. Commentary is me, Juniper Theory, and
Eli.
Eli. Yeah. What are your
Hi.
pronouns, by the way?
He or she.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I'll try and add commentary info in the side of the window. For now, though, I think we're just gonna wait until the next round gets started because that's all we have right now. Let's do a quick look at what everyone brought to the tournament. We can take a look.
Yes.
Well, that the runner side certainly says something here.
Well,
One shaper.
It's 4 different criminals though.
Yeah,
we
do
what? Everybody's playing a different ID.
No, there's a few people. There's
Oh,
three
no,
people
no,
on. There's
right,
3 people
right.
on Sable, 2 people on Hoshiko, 2 people on Rio.
I can't count. I didn't see the numbers.
You're fine. But
yeah,
yeah, no,
but
there is a lot of variation in who they're playing, but also nobody's playing Shaper. I appreciate whoever pulled out Magdalene as someone who's been playing Magdalene mostly right now, but
I like that it's 2 Rio and only 1 Isa. Wow, no Ob. I think this is the first tournament in a long time I've seen with no Ob.
no Ob. Two AU, that's pretty common. Maggie is very good against kill. That's true. That's why I've been enjoying Maggie. I've been playing Maggie with Leapfrog, and just it's very fun to not be killable. I think that it's interesting.
It's lily pad. You said Leapfrog. Lily pad.
Lily pad.
Leapfrog's the machine that does the educational.
Yes, I think about it constantly whenever I think of Frog Computer because I had one of those as a kid.
Yes. You seem like a Leapfrog kind of kid.
Wow, I don't know how to feel about that. You're right, but yeah. 2 PTs is interesting. I haven't seen many people do much with PT. Curious to see how those will play out. 2 Nebulas is.
There's Nebula 1 Nuvum and no Ob. I'm sad. Where are the Obs?
Well, I mean, I think Ob might have fallen for the same thing that Warlock mentioned about Mags in chat, which is looks very good, but don't think I can play at 3 a.m. Ob is very, very high brain. You have to be thinking about a lot of stuff all the time.
It's not 3 a.m. for everyone.
That's fair. That's fair. Interesting to see, though. We'll see how the rest of the tournament shapes out. I'm hoping that the single purple player and the single shit.
Yeah, I mean Rio is a very interesting ID. I've had trouble with, like, I think I played like 1 game against Rio and I absolutely hated it. Cuz a lot of like the good ice right now in Wayland is just taxing stuff like Cylindra, Tithe, the other. Like there's just a lot of good stuff that's like meant to be taxing, and with Rio, it's like it's not. It's kind of taxing, but then it taxes you back, which is like I don't want to deal with that. How am I supposed to murder you if you're stealing all my cards out of my hand?
Yeah, I don't know. Curious to see where most of these decks go.
Yeah.
All right.
And like with cacophony on top of that, it's just like, oof.
Yeah.
Oh.
We'll take a short break. We'll be back in just a second with more Netrunner. We'll see y'all then. I'm gonna set up a timer to time when till the next round, but it should be in about 10 minutes. In time, we'll see you then.
See you soon.
Yeah. back. Well, hello. Welcome to round 2, where we have 4 separate Jinteki identities.
Oh boy.
That's every single Jinteki identity in the tournament. I'm kind of interested in looking at the PT game, because I haven't seen PT do much yet. That or the Ishwak game, I'd say.
Yeah,
Or the,
I think let's check out PT first. I don't think I've really seen PT in action either.
Yeah, let's see table 2. All right. And we're in. PT's ability is when your discard phase ends, if there are 3 or fewer cards in HQ, you may pay 1 to place 1 advancement counter on an unresed card you can advance. So on every turn that the Corp has less than 3 cards in hand, they'll be able to advance 1 thing for free, which I'm guessing will usually be either a Charlotte Cacador or a trap. Wow, starting off with a 1 Cerebral Overrider. That's interesting.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of dangerous as a runner to just kind of go in blind. I mean, I don't know. I think the mindset is always, well, I might as well just go hard early and hard often to just not make that a question of, oh no. Like, I think there can be a disadvantage of going too aggressive too early, but on the other hand, you know, you're basically just getting rid of everything as soon as possible.
In the trash, we can see a Cerebral Overrider and an Idiosyncrasis. Both 1 card that if the runner runs on it while it's advanced, you punish them, and 1 card if the runner doesn't run on it while it's advanced, you punish them. So I'm assuming that's most of what this deck is going to be. Is just traps on the table. It looks like Motion Blur's current strategy is, I'm just going to run on all of them.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. A valid strategy.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think that sometimes it can come back, but I think if you go consistently aggressively, like right off the bat, it does put you in a generally favorable position.
Especially if you know all of your outs. Like, you know, with 1 advancement counter, the worst you're going to see is a 3 points of damage from a Urtica Cipher. That's the worst you could possibly see. So you know what you're safe against with 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, and I mean, especially against Jinteki, it's like, if you're playing against like HB, like that 1 core damage, that can mean a lot in terms of like ontological. But I think this, like, tanking 3 net off of an Urtica is probably the worst thing you can see against PT, or any similar Jinteki ID.
Putting 1 advancement counter on a card in server 4. Runner might not have a way to get in there yet. A boomerang would get them in. A number of things could get them in. Looks like the runner rolled HQ this turn on Mark, which hurts, because you could have just been checking R&D.
I think something that, as the Corp, I think can sometimes, and I don't think, it doesn't really seem like Sned's doing this, but sometimes what you do is Corp, if you see that the runner is basically running everything, I think what you can do sometimes is just keep installing traps, because you know that they're just going to keep running them. And then just like make them suffer. But it can, you know, I think it's an interesting kind of balance you have to keep, where it's like, well, what does the Corp think I'm going to do? What do I know that they think that I'm going to do? You know, it's always a balance.
There's something interesting. NAPD contract out of PT. That's an interesting one, because that means with advancement counters on everything, you can potentially just say, if the runner steals an agenda, they're going to have to pay, excuse me, the noise, 8 credits if it's this one in server 5, 6 credits if it's the one in server 4.
Yeah. I mean,
Getting down a Carmen, Carmen's basically what you want to see, because most things you're safe against. Once you have a Sentry Breaker down.
But it also kind of telegraphs your play. Playing NAPD Cordon. What is this here? Is this gonna be a Fuji? No, it's gonna be.
It is a 1 advancement Sericulture expansion. Your discard phase ends, you may remove one hosted agenda counter to place 2 advancement counters on one installed card. So this lets the Corp just super advance something at the end of their turn. Can put down a card and then immediately have 3 advancement counters on the end of the turn without even advancing it.
Yeah. God, this card art is... I still can't get over it.
I like it.
I mean... Oh... I feel like, how did you like manage to position the sericulture expansion art like that? I don't know.
I think it's great.
It's just so amusing to me that it's like it's the building and then the light, and I'm
Off-world office. That's 4 points for the Corp. Still haven't used the sericultural expansion trigger. Still have that. Runner has the twinning down, but needs a way to actually spend the credits that are on cards. Can for now just keep checking servers.
I would assume they're on Sesva and open market. Open market. I keep calling it free market. It's open market.
Almost certainly, but we haven't seen them yet. That class act will hopefully dig for them pretty well.
And then it used to be, a deck like this would play Bones, but Bones is boned.
Putting a card in server 4, putting a second card in server 4.
Interesting. I wonder what kind of
And protecting R&D, all reasonable plays. Will we see the advance? Will we see the triple advance on this turn?
I'm curious.
No, just one advancement.
Well, can you order? I guess you can order it where it advances it, and then you use the sericulture expansion.
Mm-hmm.
You order it. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm interested in which upgrades you're playing here. Like, are you going for Daniela, or is it just, Anoetic or Managarm, where it's just you're straight up protecting?
Bravado on R&D with no res kind of indicates that the Corp was looking to res whatever's on server 4. Oh, but the boomerang means that's got to feel real bad to even consider resing that.
Well, it's interesting because I was just saying that's probably a Lacosta in server 4. So
could
that's
be
something that can get scored. That was probably why they didn't use the sericulture. Yep.
Send a message. That's 3 points right there.
Because they were expecting.
It is a Ivic. Oh, that's gotta hurt. That's the perfect thing to put a boomerang on, because boomerang can only break 2 subroutines, and that's exactly 2, and it costs the Corp all their credits to res. There's the Chesva. That's gonna get you. That's gonna get you seeing more cards from R&D. This is dangerous spot to be in if you're the Corp. Any agenda in R&D instantly loses you the game at this point. Unless it's the 2-1, but most decks aren't playing that, as far as I've seen.
Yeah. Interesting.
Are we just going to see some old-fashioned shell gaming?
Yeah, I mean, you're in a bit of an awkward position here, where it's like whatever you install in server 4 is going to be attacked right away. The runner may or may not feel like going after server 6 or server 7. That sericulture expansion's still not getting used. I think you don't necessarily have to check 6 and 7.
I think you definitely start by checking R&D, because with your twinning counter, one single thing gets you the win. You can potentially win instantly.
I think Motion Blur would prefer to have the Hermes down, but I think you can easily you can...
Another Cerebral Overwriter!
The Cerebral doesn't make that big of a difference.
Yeah.
I think you're just basically...
with only one counter,
one
counter, it's not that scary. It's also, we don't have a Trick of the Light anymore, so... No. Oh, there's a bite!
Not enough to activate it! Oh. Yeah. This is the other reason you run everything. Oh
There's the
man.
game.
All right. Very culture. Wow.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. I
Yeah.
love decks like that. That's my favorite thing to do in the game is just throw cards on the table and see if I can score them out nakedly. But
Yeah.
sometimes the runner just perfectly does it and gets to see every single card.
Well, the thing is, they just saw all of them. Like, I think that's sometimes the issue with cards like Cerebral is it's so expensive to activate it, and if the
Mhm.
runner just keeps running all of your traps, it's like, what are you gonna do?
It's a very fun PT deck, and I'd like to see more of it. But it's difficult when you have to be very. Those decks seem like they're easy because you're just kind of throwing stuff on the table and hoping the runner hits them. But the problem with a lot of traps is you have to very carefully consider, okay, what am I doing with this? When is it actually going to have value for me?
Yeah.
Let's check in on table 5, which is the only shaper in the tournament.
I think a deck like that,
See
you
what's
really
going
want to
on.
have like measured response to like back up something like Cerebral,
Oh,
but it's a lot of influence.
now this is a painful setup because we've got a hostile architecture on the board.
Oh boy.
Hostile architecture, of course,
Yeah.
saying the first time each turn the runner trashes any of your installed cards due to meat damage, and then just putting 3 new servers down. Let me
Yeah,
get out a
this
bit
is
so you
the
can see that.
AU asset spam
Yep,
type of deal.
we've seen
Um,
runner's in a pretty good
Hoffman.
place. Has the lily pad, so is going to be drawing lots of cards. That's real good against AU with so many different ways to kill and do damage. You can protect
Yeah.
against Reaper functions. You can protect against everything.
Gotta.
End each turn on 5 cards, potentially even 6 cards on the next turn with the Simul chip.
Also has a cohort on the cup.
Cohort on the cup. That's not just good to get rid of the cohort, but also good there. A little bit annoying because you can't do things like you can't put the hostile onto the cup, which you'd probably really want to do so that you don't end
Yeah.
up trashing the hostile.
Well, I'm assuming this stick has simul chips, so it's like you can always get the cup back later when you really need to hit the hostile. But there's already one cohort in the bin, so it's like I think it's always nice to put a card like that on the cup just so that they can't get it back or they can't reinstall it or whatever nonsense
Using the
Fintech
Simul
is
chip
doing.
to bring out a coalescence and gain credits from that. Putting an echelon on the board, we now have a full suite of icebreakers. That will get you through anything. 2 clicks left. 12 credits, full icebreaker suite, and has a Hannah to run all those servers. Not a bad place to be, although you got to be scared of what if I hit a bite? What if I hit something else? But you also got to be
Yeah.
scared of what if there's a Reaper function on the board? What if there's something out there that could get me?
I don't think you're that scared of Reaper function at this point, just because a lot of the times the corp's not going to use it until they can get a kill, and like you're in a drop bear's in a pretty good position here because it's like you have 4 cards in hand. Oh, Harmony.
Harmony AR Therapy.
This early? Wow. All right. I mean, you have
Probably
5 different cards.
getting back a
You can do
Nuka, a
it.
Fermenter, Lilypad, Simulchip, and Stoneship chart room. Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it's like if you can do it, you might as well. I mean, a card like that, I've tried to play it in other decks and it always ends up a little funky, but I think the way you play it is like this, where it's like it really is a true recursion card instead of trying to play it like a levy. You're
Also,
just
given the
like,
cards we
okay.
saw, a Simulchip, Lilypad, Stoneship chart room, this seems like it's a very kill-proof deck. Like this
Yeah.
seems very much like a meta choice of I don't personally, I don't think Stoneship chart room is worth it most of the time. I think it's not the best card. But the one time it is worth it is if you're really worried about kill decks. And we're definitely in a
Right.
kill meta, so this seems like a deck that was maybe chosen of
Well,
what cards can I play to make sure that I'm going to be safe.
I
Uh,
think I think Stone Chip is particularly good in Magdalene when you're trying to overdraw.
True, true. Uh,
Um,
Corp draws 2 cards, installs something in server 8, even more asset spam. We'll see what else is happening. Runner draws
yeah,
3 cards.
I mean, the Harmony, yeah, again, it's
Hmm.
interesting to me just because I think you even put the second lily pad back because you're expecting to tank a lot of damage, right? Like you see the hostile architecture, you're like, all right, well, I don't want to deal with this nonsense, so I'm just gonna keep my life points as high as possible by
Could be that
playing the harmony while I
Could
can.
be that the runner was saying, I know I have to blow up that hostile. I know I'm going to lose some cards when I do. I don't want to lose this harmony. I'm just going to play it so that I can't lose it.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Losing ritual and simulchip.
Drawing up, discard installing a coalescence always feels good.
I mean, I think simulchip's one of your best cards in this deck, just because of all the installing and trashing and all the nonsense you're doing here.
There's so many fun things you can do with it.
MU full up here, so you may not want to install with Magdalene, although 2 of the cards that are taking up your MU are empty coalescences, so...
Yeah, and we haven't seen a good way to get value out of the empty stuff on the board yet. There might be a knick-knack in this deck. There's almost certainly some spec works, but we haven't seen them yet, so hopefully we'll see what the runner's planning to do there.
I mean, simulchip is often the value.
You're gonna see a score? Ooh, scoring a Sting. Trashing an Azamat. Ooh, that could have been very good right here. Also, seeing the corpse score a Sting hurts because every future Sting is going to be now even more damage.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the... I shouldn't call him the Twink on stream. We haven't seen the new Jinteki executive.
Mm-hmm.
What's his actual name? Because I could just called him that all the time.
I don't remember. I'm bad with pronunciations. I just remember that it's supposed to be pronounced John the... There was a bladderwort on the board that you could have read.
Bladderwort on the board? I'm not sure you want
to res any of the bladderworts. Well,
potentially the bladderworts might have been trying to save them for I'm gonna res them all at once to get rid of them all.
Yeah, I guess. I guess. I mean, my thinking is that I always try to res bladderwort as soon as possible, just because either you're gonna gain too much money to use it, or the runner's gonna trash it before you can even res it. So I don't know. Like, I think you should always, when you're playing bladderwort, you should always be comfortable treating it as a grinder card rather than a kill piece, a combo piece. Otherwise, you're just never going to res it. But I do understand not wanting to res it until you can properly utilize it.
It could just be that the Corp was hoping to get a little bit more. Runner installing another Coalescence at the end of turn, gets a little bit more money, and draws up to 5 cards, which always feels good. Corp putting down a petty cash from the bin. A little bit more money, especially when you're at 7 credits. Real important. Ice in front of server 3, and a card in server 3, and a new card and a new server. Don't know what this is yet. We'll see what Gull has. A lot of cards installed, very little actually scored so far. I expect that out of Magdalene decks, though. Very much a deck that goes back to the old style of Shaper, my favorite style of Shaper, where you play 15 cards on your side of the screen for the first half of the game and then never do anything.
Yeah.
Pinhole threading on server 9, counting on that not being a spin doctor, which it looks like it is.
That's always a risk.
Ooh. Interesting.
It's Fuji. I wonder if server 5 is our cloney friend.
Could be.
You know what? Because if you try to steal that Fuji, that's 4 damage.
Well, don't you have to have a counter on?
Just 3 damage. No, the first you can do 1 damage minimum when it's rezzed. So it's 1 plus up to 2 more counters.
No, because it.
So when it has to be rezzed when they steal it, but without any counters, you do a minimum of 1 damage. So you can do up to 3 damage. It's 1 plus 1 or 2 extra counters. It's a very neat card.
I do not think the card is named Fatty J, John the Baptist, or George Clooney. None of those are the correct option, chat.
Well, it is John the Baptist in I don't remember what it is, but that's what I was told, that it's John the Baptist, but it's in Chinese. But no, I don't believe it's Fatty J or George Clooney. I'm sorry, George Clooney is really funny.
It's pretty good. Let's see. All right. Runner just getting some more. Just clicking up for cards, installing an SMC. Not sure what that'll be used for. Corp trying to decide what to do here. Mandatory draw. Did the egg thing, looked at 3 cards.
There must be a spin doctor somewhere on the board at this point. Maybe it is Server 5.
I mean, this deck runs so many assets, you never know. See, another card protecting Server 3 and advancing it once. Now, there's almost certainly not a way to score that out next turn unless there's a moon pool on the board, potentially. These decks usually don't run seamless launch or anything like that.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
I would
is.
hazard a guess at moon pool. And again, I believe that Server 5 is Fatty J, aka George Clooney. I'm sorry, that I was just really amused by that, George Clooney.
We'll see. All right.
Did you come up with that, WoW Warlock? I'm very interested.
See, making a run on HQ. I like the run on HQ here because the Corp only has 4 credits. The Corp can't really res anything. Well, except for like a tie.
Except for a tie.
Tracks. We can't res much without being in danger here of not having the credits to res whatever's on Server 3. You can keep the Corp poor and having to consider every single res very carefully.
Hatford is actually kind of expensive though, because it's either Code Gate or Gauss, or it's either Code Gate or Barrier. So either way, it's, I mean, I guess Unity is 2 credits and Gauss is 3 credits, so it's not too bad, but it does cost a little bit of money.
Are we gonna see the Cuppy to clear out HQ?
It would probably be a good idea.
Yep. Using the Cuppy to access everything. Oh, Fuji! Oh, wow.
Yeah, hitting the Fuji and 2 deep dives. Oof.
Oh, that's... Unless there's a 3rd deep dive in hand, I mean... That would
be huge. But
well, the runner can't do it this turn because it doesn't have enough clicks. I don't believe. An anemone! Will we see a
anemone?
What did we see get trashed?
Telework and
Telework and a lily pad. Gets in.
Yeah, I think we would have seen. There's a Reaper function.
Trashing a Reaper function makes sense.
I think we would have seen our John the Baptist guy rezzed after the HQ run if it was on the board, because it's only 1 to res. So I think it's likely not on the board. We know that Server 3 is a Fuji. But yeah.
Drawing up, the Corp has 1 credit this turn. That is enough to res a Bladderwort, but
how many bladder? I think it's only 2 Bladderworts in the bin. There might be another one. But yeah, I think, oh man, it's too bad they didn't, like, again, if they had res those other ones earlier, they would have at least had a little bit of money. But, you know.
Look for 1 credit.
So I wouldn't have done that much.
Look for 2 credits. Look for 3 credits.
Riveting gameplay.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a 3rd deep dive in hand that the runner decided not to go for. Alternatively, it could just be I'm just going to check HQ anyways, and because the Corp doesn't have any money.
I think it's a risk to try to go for that deep dive, because if you hit a Sting or the 3rd Fuji, I think you're basically dead.
Repeller to probably just draw a card.
Yeah.
Trashing Fermenter, gaining 6 credits, lots of money. Ooh, here we go. Okay, with 4 credits, runners trying to get in and see that Fuji.
Maybe another anemone.
Let's see.
No res. Could be another Hoffrun too, but I guess Hoffrun.
Anemone is 2 plus 2 plus 2. That's 6 total damage, but that doesn't kill. It does take you down to 0 cards in hand, though. So
no, because you can break the anemone.
well, yeah, but with the it's 2 from the anemone, and then 2 from the Fuji, and then 2 from the fat. You said.
Well, no. That's not res. I don't think that's on the board. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
And it doesn't have a counter, so you could do a minimum of 1. I don't think it's on the board because I think if it was, the corp would have resed it after the HQ run, knowing there was a Fuji in HQ. So
Runner
I don't think
lost
it's actually on the board right
Stone
now.
Ship, Telework, SMC, and Nuka. This. That's 6 points, ending the turn with 3 cards in hand. But the corp only has 1 credit, so you're pretty safe from most things. Even a Reaper function's 2 credits to res.
3 credits.
3 credits to res.
Yeah,
Definitely costs
Reaper
more than 1.
function's expensive. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, pretty rough for the corp right here.
Yeah, I'm the Gold definitely almost certainly struggling with where exactly to make this money back.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you have 1 more deep dive, I think you're in a very good position.
Or just anything that lets you multi-access at this point.
Yeah.
The thing is, the runner can definitely slow down here, can start making sure every turn to always have 6 cards in hand to install a program to get to 5 cards in hand, or to get to another 6 cards in hand. And it's so hard to kill with this sort of deck on 6 cards in hand. Using wheels to check a random server.
Ooh.
Nightmare Archive.
Wild.
What on earth?
Yeah, I think you just take it.
Hold on. Runner access agenda may add it to their score as an agenda worth -1 agenda point if they do not do 1 core damage and remove this asset from the game. That's... I don't know. Choosing to take the core damage. It makes sense to... I mean, the thing is, the runner's almost at the win here. And they can still end turns on 5 cards with mags.
Yeah, I guess to be fair, you might just be thinking, oh, you know, if I steal a sting, I just win, and I don't have to risk death.
Also, the corp is at 2 credits. There's not a ton that it can actually do to kill you that fast.
Dang.
What a fascinating card in this, though. Very cool to see.
I mean, that's the kind of situation is if you see that your opponent is being very careful, you're just like, all right, why don't I just throw everything on the board and, you know, wait for them to hit something, you know, and that's what can happen if you don't check their remotes often. Like if you let the remotes get out of control, you're like, well, I don't know what that is.
Making a run on server 3, knows that you can get in for 2 credits past both the anemones, so it's a pretty safe run. Corp can't hit you with a bite. You're pretty safe here to almost everything is the thing. Like, the thing about all the tricks is that they do cost money. You can't get hit by a measured response. You can't get hit by a Reaper function. You can maybe get hit by a... This could be
another Nightmare Archive. Blood in the water!
Yeah, there it is.
Woof. Dang.
That was some really, really good play by Drop Bear. Just making sure every single time to be, okay, how do I make sure I can always have enough cards to apply pressure, but also apply enough pressure to keep the corp poor enough that they just can't do anything. That no matter what Goal's trying to do, he's just always a couple credits short.
I think it's always like, and we saw this in the other game too, playing something like Cerebral or Nightmare Archive is not always as meaningful in Jinteki if you don't have the money to back up a combo. Because like in something in like Thule or even, you know, PT, if you're playing those core damage cards, you're like, okay, I can turn this card into, I can turn my ontologicals into like 2/2s. But in Jinteki, it's like, yeah, you got to follow that up with a kill combo.
Yeah, you want to be able to do something with it. Right, and that is the end of this round. So, yeah, let me get set up for the next round. Thanks for the, that was this fun. Those are some pretty good games. We've got, let me check out the standings after this. How'd things go? We had Oshiko beating Wayland, Sable, Motion Blur and Sable beating PT. We saw that one. AU beating Rio. Interesting. I was wondering, I think AU plays best against everything that isn't Mags. I genuinely don't think it's a good matchup into Mags because you have so many tricks to keep yourself alive. If you play very safely, you can do a lot. And then Ishwak winning. Fascinating. Oh, I love Ishwak. Oh, I gotta see what happened there. Love to see, I'm a bit sad I missed that game to be able to see what the Ishwak deck was doing.
I think
But
interestingly with with Rio, like I would think that would actually be an okay matchup versus AU, but I guess it doesn't pan out the same way that Issa might, just because Issa is able to tank core damage better than Rio can. But yeah, I mean, you know, Anarch's still a pretty good matchup depending on, you know, how your cards show up to you. But yeah, I think Maggie is the big winner there, or at least with Lilypad.
yeah, I think there's a lot of solid options. I mean, Hoshiko is a similar thing of just being able to keep drawing every turn. The main thing is you just have to be able to keep drawing at all times, no matter what. All right, well, I'm going to put us back on break. Thanks so much for watching. We'll be back in about 15 minutes with round 3 out of 5. There's going to be 3 rounds. There's going to be 5 rounds today, and then a top cut. We'll see you in just a second for our next set of games.
Yeah.
Just give me a quick second to get set up. Hang on. Whoa. There we go. Yeah. Thanks so much for tuning in, y'all. Quick note if you're still watching, timer is updating because we're starting in just a second because due to everyone finishing so quickly, we're going to be going probably quite a bit faster through the rounds. So I will be probably starting in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Ignore the timer. Alright, and we're back. Oh. Round should be starting in just a second, about 2 minutes. Figured we could get the next set of matchups real quick, decide on a game, and look at the current stats. We've got a PT versus Hoshiko. Seen on that. We've got Drop Bears Mags again versus BTL Wayland. I'd be curious about that one because I've seen a lot of mags against that. I've Jai on Nuvum. Nuvum being
Yes.
one of my favorite identities. I always want to see a Nuvum.
I think we should watch Nuvum then, because I want to see Nuvum too.
Yeah, I really want to see Nuvum, and I really want to see what the Ishwak deck is. But I think I'll go with Nuvum, especially because Jai had a bye last round. PD against Az, and Ishwak versus Sable, with Quarkinator on bye. So far, yeah, it's a fun little tournament. I'm excited to see where things go. Once again, after this round, there will be a 35-minute break for lunch. So we'll be taking a break during that. I'll have a timer up for that, and then after that, we'll return for the remaining 2 games, and then the top cut of, I believe, 2 games. Yeah. So yeah. In the meantime, though, I'm going to try and get into game 3. So let's try and set that up. Go ahead. All right. So this is Jai versus Sned, Nuvum versus Rio. I'm interested about this matchup. I love Nuvum. Starting off with KPI.
Jai already showing off some fancy looking card backs.
Yeah, I was supposed to disable those, but apparently it didn't work. Oh, well. Looks fine for now. Using Nuvum, trashing a card, gaining money. This is what you want to see out of Nuvum, is just immediately getting money, immediately getting stuff off of your identity. Throwing away 2 cards, one card from hand, and then 1 card. That's the KPI I just played.
Yeah.
You've done 1 ice blocking HQ.
Did Newman gain anything particular in Dawn? I'm trying to think.
Nuvum gained measured response. Every Wayland deck gained measured response.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, was there any other, like, trash mechanic I'm trying to think of?
There's a number of good cards that Nuvum gained in this deck. Nuvum lost some stuff in rotation. It's all right.
I think, yeah, I mean, it lost, what's it called?
Running on the main, playing Gourmand, using Gourmand to trash Tree Line, getting a Solidarity Badge counter off of that, which will help just keep drawing cards, keep you going. The Rio deck really, Rio's ability, of course, being first time each turn a run becomes successful after a subroutine revolved. Right, yes, Nuvum loves petty cash. Nuvum is fantastic with petty cash.
Petty cash.
Nuvum's also pretty good with what's it called, Plutus, I think. It's a fun thing you can do there. It's playing so many things. There's a number of interesting cards that you can do there. All right, let's see. Rio still has not seen anything to enable the identity ability where you have to make a run and have a subroutine result. There it is. That's what you want to see, the Bonkar. So now now Jai has to be thinking about, okay, potentially every turn I'm going to be losing 2 cards, or I'm going to be losing 1 card when the runner runs on HQ. Playing the petty cash, love to see it. Immediately trashing the top card, love to see it. That's what you want. This is the thing with Nuvum, is you can just get a lot of money very, very quickly. Installing something in server 1 and immediately putting 2 ice to protect it. I wonder what's in there, probably assuming that it's just something that Jai really, really wants to protect. You have to assume that you're going to lose a card here. See what you can put down. You can get into HQ here pretty easily, most likely, with the Bonkar, but you could maybe get into there. Okay, putting it on server 1, so Sneak thinks that there's a way to get into server 1. Could be a Botulus in hand, could be a something stranger. Let's see.
I'm interested to see what that upgrade is on HQ, if it's like, I don't know, if it's like Mercia or if it's just like Angelique or something interesting. Could be Vovo. There's so many upgrade possibilities with a deck like Nuvum. You're not really pigeonholed into one specific strategy. Like, I think previously you would just assume it's a Chrysium, but that's gone. So
letting the almost certainly going to let the first what's in server 1 fire. Interesting. This could be an Eminent Domain, could be a Plutus, or it could be just a bluff and it's just a Spin Doctor or something.
Genotyping was the card I was thinking of. That's the one that Nuvum lost. But
Buffer Drive on the table. Not sure exactly what you're doing with Buffer Drive. I assume maybe just getting back cards you lose to Bonkar. Just keeping yourself alive with Bonkar.
Yeah, it's just Bonhar value. I mean, Buffer Drive is great with any Bonhar deck because you just recycle your Strike Funds and your Steel Skins.
Above the Law to trash the Bonkar. Oh, that's gotta feel good.
Yeah. They're already...
Almost certainly that Rio can find another one, but that slows you down so much.
It slows you down by at least a turn. That's the thing with Bonhar, is that you have to wait a turn to use it. So
running on Archives, we might see no agendas in Archives. We do see a number of ice and a Spin Doctor in there, which is rough.
2 hammers.
Finding it off the books in R&D. That's an agenda. It's not as helpful as you'd think, though. Ooh, Reprise. Add 1 installed card to corp card to HQ. You may run it over server. Putting the card that's protecting HQ into HQ and then running. Amazing.
Right. Wow. Okay. Reprise in. Wow. That's pretty wild. That's fascinating. 3 influence. Wow. Okay. Oh man. I mean, especially playing that in a Bonhar deck. That's a pretty bold deck building choice. Like, you could have easily lost that to Bonhar.
Could be an assumption with Rio that you'll get to trash a bunch of cards, and then you can potentially just go steal one of those from archives and immediately play reprise really easily, but we'll see.
No, I get that. I just find it funny that it's like, well, okay, I got my Bonhar trashed, so now I won't lose my reprise accidentally.
Raindrops cut stone on R&D, just hoping for something to draw cards. Not gonna res.
Just also pointing out, like, there's 2 hammers in the bin. Hammer probably feels just, you know, even if it is 3 subroutine, feels really bad to res versus Rio, because you're just like, oh yeah, you're just, you know, you're gonna, one of those subroutines probably just not gonna work, or like,
it's pretty good. It feels, I have to imagine it feels pretty good against Bonkar, but not great against anything else. Anything that has more than 2 subroutines, better than nothing against Bonkar.
The problem with Rio is that, like, any subroutine that just kind of fires and doesn't do anything is like useless. So it's like, if you don't have a program that isn't a breaker and that just fires, they get a free sabotage.
Giant installing an ice and then taking it back. Not sure. Ooh, using the extractability on Treeline to put 3 counters onto this unknown ice here. Probably a Pharos is the thing you always assume that is. It could be a Salandra as well, and it could be a Treeline. You never know. All right.
Could be a Logjam.
Could be a Logjam as well, yeah.
I think Logjam's pretty popular in a lot of Wayland decks these days, especially.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Logjam recently.
Yeah, Logjam is like, it's 3 subroutines. The strength of it can get pretty high.
Logjam is why you should be running Hush, because when you Hush a Logjam, you get to feel really, really good about yourself.
It's still 3 subroutines, though.
Yeah, but it does nothing.
Vanhar doesn't like. Wow. 3 subroutines. That's not nothing versus...
There's the Botulus on server 3, or on server 1. Now, if that is the Pharos as expected, then this won't get you in. It will force the Corp to potentially res a Pharos, which hurts because that's 7 credits, but it's not going to get you in. Trashing the Audrey, oof. Adding at the bottom of the stack. Let's see, is it the Pharos? No, it's a Logjam. Ooh. So you can't break that, so I assume you just let it fire and keep letting the Logjam, the Botulus counters tick up.
I think in some situations it might be worth it just to break the first one, but Jai's on 9 credits, so it's like, you don't really care that they get the extra 2. Or he was on 7 and then gets 2 more, so.
Yeah. That's the thing. Ooh, Anthill.
Anthill is so... I love Anthill so much because it's got 2 ticks on it, but the second one, like, you're on the runner side. I'm like, I don't really want to trash that. It's going to be gone after the next turn. But then they get, like, 4 more credits and a card, you know?
Yep.
So it's like you have to trash it, even if it feels a little bad, but it's only 1 to trash.
Playing Pharos immediately, or playing Petty Cash, gaining the 4 credits from it instead of 2. Shuffling a card from R&D into the deck, gaining 2 credits, and not trashing whatever's on top of R&D, which says something. It's a dangerous thing because the runner can now just run R&D. Like, you can hit R&D with the Bonkar. But as a note, the runner is at a total of 15, or the Corp is at 15 credits, so you're going to be able to res basically anything.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty risky with Vanhar, because, you know, I mean, I don't know if you play, like, Envelopment, but there's definitely a lot of 3 sub-ice that you can res, you know. There's Pharos, there's Logjam,
also,
there's Cylindria.
Much scarier, if you actually steal a card, you could get Measured Response.
This is true.
But
currently Sned's on 9 credits, so not too bad.
9 credits can only save you from 1. You just have to make sure you're at least at 4 cards.
Yeah.
installing a card, playing a hedge fund, getting more money. Yeah,
But
Jai
you
is at
still need
23 credits with a big scary ice res and a card in server 1. Now, Rio can get into server 1 with the Bankar right now because of the 3 counters on there.
The botulus is only at 2. Oh, now it is at 3,
Yeah.
right? Because the turn's gonna end. Turn's gonna begin.
But it looks like going to put the Bankar on HQ instead.
Still could be a Mavirus on HQ, of course.
Virus on HQ would be extremely funny.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm assuming it's not for now.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume Nuvum does do some fancy things. So, I mean, I think Mavirus is just generally a good card right now, especially versus Botulus and Mavirus. Or not, no, what am I thinking? I'm thinking, what was the one I was just thinking of? I mean, I guess Conduit. I guess not a lot of people are playing Conduit, but
Running R&D with the boomerang there.
Ooh,
Ooh, Fly Swatter feels so good. You get to server 1 now completely safe for at least a little bit.
Guess
Going
you didn't
to
need that
boomerang
Mavirus.
through there to get into R&D. Access an unseen card from R&D. No luck.
Boomerang is interesting. Boomerang's interesting because I think there's a lot of situations where if like you hit a 3 sub ice, you break 2 of them, and then you get to proc your ability.
No, it's definitely good here. You can choose which subs to break, but
Yeah.
not good against a Fly Swatter where you're just breaking one subroutine.
Ooh.
It feels
Yeah.
like Sned is really trying to find opportunities to fire Rio's ability and just getting skunked on it every single time.
Yeah.
Every ice
I
being
think
just end the run subroutines, not being able to do this.
you did get it with Descent, I think.
4 advancement counters. Not gonna score this?
What?
Oh my goodness. Is this a is this a clearinghouse? Is this the most intense is this a Basalt Spire? Is this a SSO?
Well, I think Sned has a very low chance of being able to get into server 1 unless you have another like boomerang in hand. But we'll have to see.
4 is such an awkward number though, because you can't kill next turn.
No. No. You're right. Okay.
Using buffer drive to put raindrops cut stone on the top of the deck. Putting it on server 1. So yeah, not sure what the plan is here. Drawing raindrops cut stone. Playing raindrops cut stone. This will draw 2 cards at least, so that's something. And get you money.
I don't know if that's worth it though for your buffer drive.
Jai is wondering what to do. Losing a Katorga breakout. Getting to here.
I'm like, okay. You could have just used the Katorga on archives to get back the raindrops.
Well, the raindrop's gonna draw you 2 cards there.
Yeah, but you could have. Okay. I just don't know if using the buffer drive for that was worth it because you could have just used the Katorga on archives to get back raindrops. But I guess it saves you a click. I don't know.
Saves you a little bit of time.
But then you would have been able to get. Okay. I mean, you know what? I don't want to question the runner's choices. They might have a grand plan.
Draw. Ending on 5 cards. All right, let's see what happens with this 4 advancement counter server. Are we going to see 2 more advancement counters go on it and threaten the SDS to kill the Audrey? There it is. Okay. Pivot for... What are we going to get? Off the books, and then just install off the books. Yep, there we go. Yeah. Exactly. Perfect move, because now the runner knows there is the winning agenda in this server. If you don't score it, that's the end of the game. Scary place to be in, and the runner doesn't have a way in while losing the Audrey. In theory, you could have done something, but now there's just absolutely nothing. Can't
I just
even
don't.
can't even like sneak
I,
into another server.
I just
Put
feel like that buffer drive was not worth it when you had a Katorga in hand.
I mean, you're so
But
low on credits, you're so low on anything. You're trying to figure out anything you can potentially do to get
yeah,
into server 1. Oh, and there's the Mavirus. It's been sitting there the whole game. You were right.
I was right. It's always, oh man.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean,
Big oof.
at this point you don't
Yeah.
I don't know how do you get in there? Like
You know
you
what?
need something that can break a 7 strength barrier, or you need a hush and something else, or you need to
It's
trash the
yeah.
nope, you
You
can't
need the
trash
real
it.
breakers. Yeah, it's like that's always like the worst feeling as Anarch. It's like, oh well, that's not a virus. And like it's always a virus when you don't want it to be a virus.
Looks like we're just gonna hit R&D and then maybe archives and just kind of hope that you can win that way.
Yeah.
Would be my guess. Just run on R&D, run on archives, run on HQ, hope you can pull out a win with that.
Yeah. Um yeah, it's a bit rough.
You could just hit a Basalt Spy or hit an SDS and then find an Above the Law in the archives.
There's already
There's Above the
oh
Books. All right.
there's an agenda.
Yeah. Now you you
Um
just gotta hit archives and hope. I think.
yeah. You could still theoretically pull out a card from archives.
You never know. The Nuvum discards a lot of cards. Discards a lot of agendas.
I think archives
Nope.
are your best
Nothing
chance.
there.
Nope.
It's that same
Rip.
virus. All right. That's gotta be game, right?
Yep. Yeah.
We're gonna see the triple advance. Seamless launch. Advance and score. There it is.
It's
God
seamless for the
damn.
flex, man.
Beautiful
That's
plays
seamless.
there. Beautiful stuff with Nuvum. Love to see it.
That's
Love
seamless.
this.
With
This
bit
is
of
a really fascinating Nuvum deck with everything that it's doing. Just
yeah, it's
yeah.
very robust. It's got like I think this is a very glaciery thing, which is very difficult for certain runners to deal with.
Yeah.
You know, and again, the Mavirus basically like it can turn off Anarchs very quickly.
Jai saying hand was measured responses and full of seamlesses. Yeah, I agree, Supernaut. I think this Jai guy might be pretty good.
Yeah.
Maybe
Oh man.
it should go to Worlds sometime. Yeah.
Do we want to bring up the I think the
Right,
Continentals prizes that were just announced?
Let's see. All right, looks like that game. Looks like we still have the Ishwak wins again. We missed a second Ishwak win. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't believe this. Ah. Well, we can go take a look at
What else is still going?
we've seen most of these. Maybe take a look at the table 1 because we haven't seen the Hoshiko yet. So we'll go see what's going on there if it's still happening.
All right, I guess we gotta look at Hoshiko.
Hoshiko's great. I have an alt art of Hoshiko. That's just me. Oh, never mind. Well, congrats to Hoshiko. That game's not happening anymore. I guess we'll take a look at table 2, the Mag deck.
Was that a rezzed bite, or was that just the corp just showing all the cards?
Probably the
I think
corp
that would
just
be really
showing everything.
hilarious if it was a rezzed bite.
All right, let's see. Only 2 agendas scored in this one, but look at that server. Oh,
That's a big boy server.
oh, now this is a game. Here we go.
That is one chonky server.
All right.
Well, there's one agenda. There was 3 agendas scored, but clearly one of them had a.
Corp has forfeited this probably to res a Biowak.
Yes.
Scored
With
1
an
Eminent, probably to res resing another Biowak, and then Basalt Spire's been scored. Corp has 3 upgrades in Server 2, along with 1 card that's been single advanced.
Runner's side is pretty wild too, with 2 fermenters out.
2 fermenters, 2
DZMZs.
DZMZs, a leapfrog, and that. Now, the problem with the runner side is that you don't actually have that much good breakers. Like, Propeller has no counters, Gauss has nothing, and then Echelon. Well, Echelon isn't that bad against it's not that bad against Biowak right now. It's got 4 strength already, so it's 5 to break a Biowak, that's reasonable. That's fine.
Yeah.
Pretty good against Hammer, because Hammer is at the strength of Hammer right now.
Yeah.
Logjam is rough right now. You really need... I mean, Gauss breaks it for 5 as well. This Logjam is a big problem. The 5 strength one there. That's a big 7.
Problem. My kingdom for a David. Anarchs.
Jupstat Grid in Server 2. What are we about to see? Okay, that's 3 damage right there. Is this...
Like,
okay, that's not lethal.
Hitting the deep dive. That's rough.
Wow. Okay. The runner has to know, though, now there's another card in there. If that's another agenda, potentially it gets scored and you take another core damage. Which, honestly, not as bad for mags as it would be for other decks, because with other decks, that's... Oh, here it is. Is it green mail? Or is it just going to leave it there?
Alright, that's only 1 deep dive in the bin. But
advancing it 3 times?
Pretty
gonna
rough.
see a score. No score! Ooh. Interesting.
Oh boy.
Alright.
Could be a basalt. Could be a bait measured response. A bait for measured response.
Drop Bear really needs to see
that is such a precarious situation there, because that could just be another Eminent, it could be an Ozef, but it's like, if you don't steal it, you could just hit a lot of damage and then die to like a green mail off of it. But if you do steal it, you might just die to measured response.
I think you just have to remember that at any moment you could die to Azef plus Jupstat is 3 damage. Just keep that in your head at all times. Yeah. Starting the next turn. Okay, just going back up. 4, 5. Ooh. Oh, scoring out of Basalt Spire is back-breaking. Especially against a deck that's probably running measured response. Yep, 2 measured responses. So this means... So, Drop Bear has to be aware now. On every turn, the Corp will have 2 measured responses, because you can get 1 back on the previous click, and then 1 back on your turn. So Drop Bear has to end every turn with either 4 cards in hand and 8 credits, or 16 credits.
Well, Drop Bear has 24 credits right now, so yes. I don't think you're super worried. And then,
using
of course,
the pinhole threading, I presume to check what that is. Oh no! Well, it's not res though. It's not res, so you get to get rid of it.
Exactly. Oh man.
Making the run.
So...
Now,
oh my god.
Motion Blur is 15 honestly... credits. Let's see how much this is going to cost.
That was a pro move by Drop Bear, because in my head I'm like, oh, I'll just get rid of the Jupstad. But Drop Bear's like, well, I don't know what that other upgrade is. I got to get rid of that. It's an Angelique. Motion Blur's obviously not going to res it, because then you're giving away that it's an Angelique.
Okay,
so
here we go.
That's a pro move right there.
The 6 strength Logjam. So that costs how much? That's 9 credits to get past. Drop Bear now in severe danger of those measured responses. Not sure what the plan is here. It's just an anthill! Oh!
I think you have to take the money from Fermenter here.
I mean, even then, you still get hit by 2 separate measured responses. Well, no, only 5 credits. So you know that they can only play 1 measured response. Fermenter doesn't give you enough credits. That's only 7. Yep. Oh, and there's the measured response. Yeah. That's lethal. Oh! What a close game. Well played. Well played, yeah. Scoring out Basalt Spire is just backbreaking, because you can get anything. I've said when I'm playing Nuvum, like, if you score measured response or Basalt Spire, you just win the game. Period. It's over.
The
Uh,
the pinhole onto the Angelique was like, okay, that was like a pro strat, but then it's like, ah, that's dang.
right, and there's one table remaining, but we can go take a look at table 4 real quick, see if that game's over yet. That game's going. Oh. The answer seems to be that Shinteki is freezing. Oh, and it's over. All right. So that's all of our games for this round. Go take a look at the results. Oh, more Corp wins. We're seeing a lot of Corp wins today. I'm curious about that. I think a lot of it is because people have said this is a runner's meta. I've heard that, and I think a lot of Corps are pivoting to decks that are really hard to play against, that are really difficult to not drop a random game against. Great job to Not Again. Great job to all the players who are competing today. We are going to go on a fair break. It is going to be in about 45 minutes. We will be starting the next round. I'll set up a timer for that. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you then for the next round of play. I'm excited to see the end of this tournament and see if hopefully finally watch an Ishwalk game, because I'm the world's biggest Ishwalk fan. Are you gonna stick around, Eli, or are you gonna take a head out now?
I mean, if somebody else wants to jump on, but
Okay.
I can stay on.
Up to you. Let me
Or
get this set up. And yeah, we will see y'all then in about 45 minutes. So long. And we're back. Hello, and welcome back to the May 31st APAC AMT. Just finished the first 3 rounds and took a long meal break where I had a good snack, and now it's time for the final 4 rounds, or the final 2 rounds, and then the top cut. And I am now joined by. Want to introduce yourself?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's get right into it. I was thinking maybe we could look at the Nebula game because we haven't seen a Nebula yet today, and I think they're the only yellow in the tournament. I believe.
That sounds good to me. I have not seen NBN since the new drop, and I'm excited to see what they've got to offer.
Well, we'll go ahead and watch that as soon as the game gets started. In the meantime, we can talk about so far in the tournament. We've got there's 2 Nebulas actually in the tournament. My mistake. But still, Nebula's the only yellow identity. Not super surprising given the state of yellow at the moment. They're in a rough spot, but Nebula's pretty powerful. The ability on Nebula, of course, being the first time each turn you play a. First time each turn you. As I was saying, Mondi is on comms with me, but refusing to introduce themselves at all.
Hello. Thank you for
let me actually check your levels because you're kind of quiet. Can you say something?
I can move my mic
Okay,
slightly
yeah, you
closer
should
to
be
my
good.
mouth.
Yeah, that should be good. Cool. All right, yeah. We'll get started in just a second as soon as the game's ready. Yeah, in about 2 minutes. So this game's going to be Nebula. Nebula being when your action phase ends, if you played an operation this turn, gain 1 credit and flip your identity. The other side of Nebula saying when you play an operation, gain a click. So that's really good for basically anything, for fast advance, for kills, everything. Gives you 4 clicks per turn, basically. However, it also says if the runner runs on HQ or R&D, flip your identity back over. It's quite powerful if you pull it off, but does require you to be able to protect HQ and R&D, and also requires you to have cool things to do with the operations in your hand. Otherwise, it's still value, but it's not that much. And then Hoshiko, also, everyone knows Hoshiko. If you access a card this turn, gain 2 credits and flip this identity, and then the other side just draws you cards. It's always been something to me that the other side of Hoshiko is just a drug dealer. What was the actual name of the card back in the day? It's an older card. Yeah, no, it is actually called Drug Dealer. When your turn begins, lose 1 credit. When the corpse turn begins, draws 1 card. That's something. The internet,
That's why I was
drugs.
I thought you were asking for the card name, and I was like, did you not just give the card name? I didn't know, to be fair. But...
I couldn't remember if it was called Drug Deal or not. Yeah, Cinderin points out it's called Drug Dealer. All right, let's...
I know, flavor world builders who use subtext, and they're all cowards.
All right, Dropper starting off by drawing a card. You really want to play an operation every turn as Nebula. Even on the first 2 turns, even though you know the runner's going to run, it still gets you a credit. No operation this turn, though, and having to discard a card. Did we see a mulligan from... Drop Bear did take a mulligan, so it could be a rough hand. We'll see.
And a keep from Stride, from the runner.
Mm-hmm. Starting with a Leech. Rough start for the Corp. Especially because the R&D's already open. Ooh, and a Bankar this early. Oof.
I mean, at this point, you're not so upset to leave HQ R&D open if you're not opening with the operation.
Mm-hmm.
Discarded the Mesna Chestvo? Is that what that is?
Yep, Mesna Chestvo in archives. Maybe thought that they couldn't res it. That was just too expensive. All right, making a run on R&D. We'll see. No res, so letting it go through, knowing that it would just be a Bankar, so it couldn't keep them out anyways.
Right.
See what the runner does. Putting down Putting down Trickster Taka, a fox. Gonna get you some credits. Probably running a Keiko, I'd assume, then. Another piece of ice, and no operations yet. Just ice and credits. Oof. I gotta wonder what Drop Bear's hand looks like. Well, we're about to find out. Here's the copulation, Rising End Pot. That's good again. That is pretty good against a Bonkar, because it has 3 subroutines, although the runner can break them. Because Bonkar doesn't change the first part of the text. Losing Keiko, and Pinhole Threading, and a... what was the other card? Keiko, Pinhole Threading, and Steel Skin. Sense.
That's not too bad of a hit in this matchup.
Yeah, especially
I don't
with
think you're going to see much use for Pinhole.
with 3 ice on every server. Pinhole's got to be rough here. Dropper penalty. Okay, there we finally have an operation. So non-equivalent exchange, gaining a number of credits, but also just setting you up to actually flip your identity. Bonkar targeting R&D this time. Interesting choice, since you don't have a way to get past the second ice on R&D. Although, should be noted that NPOT doesn't actually do much. Right now, NPOT is actually... Oh, no, wait, you don't want to target NPOT, because right now, NPOT is just pay 3 credits, get through.
I have to remind myself that the text on NPOT is it
is break 1 subroutine on this ice. So there's 3 subroutines, all of them in the run. You can pay 3 credits to break any of them. However, the second 2 only file at threat 2 and threat 4. So basically it's just pay 3 credits. Finds a king making in HQ.
So they're just... The text of the subroutines would just be replaced, right?
Right,
There are 3
but
three
Bonkar
printed
was not put on HQ this time, it was put on R&D.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So
if it is without Bonkaring it.
Yeah, without Bonkaring it, it's just 3 credits to get through, which seems very worth it. Stealing a king making early. Interesting.
With regards to, setting it for R&D as well, that's the first server that's been doubled up on ice, so that, especially, it depends on what ice they are, but the corp may not be able to res both of them, or might just take them down way too low.
Yeah, you can definitely apply some pressure. Oh, all right, let's see. Next up, we've got... Hi, Kiki. Let's see. Next up, so putting in second ice on HQ. Now note that this still doesn't protect you from Bonkar, because you can get into HQ now with 3 credits in a Bonkar. But we're still putting the Bonkar on R&D. No second icebreaker or other way to break ice or anything yet. There's a twinning.
Actually, we're at threat 2, the second.
True, so it's 6 credits now. Good point. Yeah. But it's still get-inable just with that. You don't actually need an icebreaker to get in. All right, Drop Bear getting to start turn on a flipped Nebula, so we'll have an extra click if they can play any operation at all. They'll get an extra click this turn. See if there's one in hand. Oh, okay, yeah, here we go. So that is potentially a fast advance right there, because key performance lets you advance something, and then you can just advance it twice on your own. Will we see that? Yep, advance, advance. Yeah, there we go. Scoring out a superconducting hub. Interesting. Possibly superconducting hub, a card you plan to use with king making, because king making lets you add 1 agenda worth less points than with 1 or less points to your score area. Might have been might have that in the deck to try and get those to work together.
Yeah, you also you miss out on the card draw, but having the increased hand size is great for when you are naturally tending towards flood by never keeping a remote up.
Yeah, and playing a lot of operations. All right, going for R&D. We've got a piranhas. Ooh, interesting. Did that piranhas behind a ping to try and res the piranhas? That's an interesting setup. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't really seen anyone play piranhas. Letting the corp draw one card with piranhas, but breaking both the other subroutines. Piranha's not the best piece of ice, but it is a 6 strength code gate, which is just difficult to deal with on a basic level. Like, it doesn't technically on the run, it's just 1 net damage, and then if you have more cards than the runner. Although with Superconducting Hub increasing your hand size, you can kind of guarantee that you'll always have more cards than the runner. So it could be better that way.
Yeah, absolutely. In different decks, and especially different NBN decks, I think that there would be a case for taking the bad publicity, but it is too early in the game, I think, for that to still be the case. But
you give the runner so much advantage.
Yeah, being able to, like you said, put it behind the ping in order to guarantee it without having to take the bad pub is pretty good.
Runners running on archives, put the Bonkar in archives. I assume just trying to force the corp to res everything on the table, get them as poor as possible. We have a Spin Doctor down, so I assume we'll see that get cracked and something gets shuffled back in. Yep, there we go. I'm wondering, so what's in archives right now? We've got a second end pot, and then operations we've seen, and then Mischivesto. Runner discarding an Azamat makes sense. This isn't really an asset deck. There's not going to be a bunch of assets on the table for you to trash. Your Digital Life, government subsidy, and there we go. Now you're up to 16 credits, immediately up to way too much money. Now,
I think Azamat's a solid include. 1 influence, and you already have 2 extra memory from Keiko anyway.
Yeah.
So you can get some solid use out of it. Especially because any trash cost doesn't need to be installed.
Interesting choice here. What's that? That's free to play. What? I haven't seen that ice in forever. So that's going to be 2 net damage. Sentry, add 1 installed runner card to the grip, give the runner 1 tag. A lot of tags in this. I wonder if this is a tag punishment deck. Runner has enough credits to get through Endpot, and then which is going to cost 6 credits, and then enough credits to pay for the cup and see 3 cards from HQ, which I assume is the plan here.
I mean, there's a natural synergy with Planogram. I'm wondering, does this deck see a chance for a shipment from Vladisibirsk, or is that too reliant on tags? See a government subsidy. I think that's only 1 influence.
Yeah, the only thing we've seen in terms of influence, we've seen a government subsidy, and then we've seen a key performance indicators. That's 3 influence total.
Yeah, KPI along with red level clearance. I mean, I'm a sicko for red level clearance, so those were the first 2 cards I thought of when I look at an operation heavy.
3 agendas from HQ. Oh gosh, I was wondering about the flooding, and I think we've seen it there. That is 6 points right there. Well, I mean, you're in danger of measured response, I guess, but ooh, that's rough. Petty Cash helps flip your identity. Petty Cash is interesting because it can be used as a fast advance tool, and it can be used from the archives, since you can play it as Nebula from the archives, gain the click back, then gain another click back, and then just start your turn with 4 clicks. Great card. Unfortunately, the runner has 6 agendas. Like, there's not much you can do there.
It's definitely a you're on the back foot.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
If you're running a kill deck, you still do have a lot of options just to survive with that. Trashing Keiko, Paladin, Hoimu, Steel Squaring, and Echelon. I assume going to... Oh, installing the Paladin. Interesting. Now, what's interesting here is that the runner could... On that turn, the runner could have run on R&D. Just there, but only there. Because of the way that Piranhas works, where it just discards one card and then checks who has more cards.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Nano Management plus Nebula to fast advance out a king making and a post truth. That puts you back up to 4 points. Wow.
King making is a pretty solid 4/3.
Yeah. If you can make it work. I mean, the danger is that you have to have a bunch of agendas in hand, which can lead to exactly what we just saw, where you lose 4 points in one turn, but you can also score 3 points in one turn.
The runner just took 3 agendas from your hand and didn't win the game on the spot.
Yeah, that's fair.
I've seen too many games get lost to 2 5/3s on a single deep dive, or just back to back. Hello.
All right.
I have to take a second to mourn the loss of Standoff, the last 0-point agenda.
Aw. Please print another 0-point agenda. Well, I guess we have another 0-point agenda. We have Chatinho.
I'm sorry?
We have Chatinho.
That's you can't you can't get my hopes up like that.
All right, Boomerang means you can get into R&D now. You've got one twin encounter. One agenda wins you the game. And and there's a finality. Okay, yeah. That's going to be 5 cards. I mean, if you don't see an agenda here, I feel like that's a problem. Because, let me double check this, yeah. Finality is going to be 3 additional cards, and then Twinning is going to be another additional card, so yeah, that's 5 cards. Oh my god. Nothing. I thought that was it! I was so prepared to go to another game! With only 1 point needed, you see 5 cards off the top, and none of them are agendas. Are they all in HQ? Is HQ just 5 agendas? Nano Management, gain 2. Oh my god. Scoring out tomorrow's headline. I mean, if that's incredible. I have to imagine that there's got to be more agendas in HQ still. You know there's nothing in R&D, so you know that even running on R&D is just a complete waste. But you can't even get in here anymore. It's 9 credits to get past NPOT.
It's also potential the third post-truth dividend.
True.
It exists, is still out there.
And Nebula's flipped back over, so any operation could potentially do. Well, no, we know there's a petty cache in archives, so literally any 3-point agenda instantly wins the game for Nebula, for Drop Bear, if they have one. That is both the incredible luck of seeing 3 agendas on 1 cup, and then the exact opposite when you see this many oh, here we go. Petty cache. Are we gonna see it? Install. Oh my god. What a game. I cannot believe that Drop Bear pulled that out. Wow.
I am enjoying. I wonder if there are any 3-pointers in this list. Doubtful. Like
God,
this has to just be.
I have 5 agendas in hand at that point. Wow, yeah, just all of them in
Bed
hand. I mean, I guess
recording.
you feel safe letting the finality fire if you know all of your agendas are in hand. God. 56 agendas in hand. Incredible. Oh no, that was the last agenda in hand. Okay. Wow. Just sometimes you
Drop
pull it
Bear's
off on
also,
incredible
like,
luck, but
I
goddamn.
was kind of hoping one of those would be so I could draw into it, but I guess now I'm glad it's not.
Huh. Fascinating game. Fascinating. I mean, Nebula goes fast. I guess we gotta find another game now. Let me flip over. Actually, I'll just do it over here. It's still running. We could check table 5 or table 4, I guess. Table 5, maybe. Yeah, let's check for table 5. I believe that was the Musalot, who we haven't seen yet.
Ooh.
As well.
I am interested. The first new ID that I built a deck for is Musalot.
And
So I'm interested
Musalot
in
just
seeing-
scored 4 points in that turn. Oh boy. Oh, and got to play a reprise. That's rough.
Ooh.
Putting something back in HQ. So Musalot, of course, says when your turn begins, look at the top card of your stack. If that card is an icebreaker or a run event, you may reveal it and add it to your grip. So every turn, you essentially get to draw 1 icebreaker or 1 run event. Reprise is in fact the run event, so you can use it for this. Using Reprise to run R&D or run HQ and try and, I assume, hit the and has the cup on the board, so we'll see every card in R&D. And is able to find out that the card installed in server 3 that was returned to hand with the reprise was in fact the Cerebral Overwriter.
Yes.
We can see exactly what kind of PT deck this is by the fact that there's 2 Cerebral Overwriters in Archives and 2 Idiosyncresis. Very specific game plan there. Oh my god, a second reprise? Oh, that hurts.
You ever
We
be
don't
so
end the
good
game
that
there,
they
at
make you
least.
play 2 encores?
Just an incredible performance. You steal 2 agendas and everybody's really impressed. Sned definitely going to be on the back foot here with all those cards returned to hand. Wants to get down to 3 cards because he is playing PT, which is the identity where if there are 3 or fewer cards in HQ, you can advance something at the end of your turn. So you'll want to maybe install 2 cards here. The downside of having to have 3 cards in hand, though, is you're perfectly set up to be cupped. Cup lets you see 3 cards in HQ. That's your entire hand. Putting an ice in R&D. Now, notably, Musalot does have a full suite of icebreakers out, but doesn't have a revolver. A revolver is out of counters, so cannot use revolver to get past any future sentries that are on the board, unless they are.
If they've got 1 subroutine,
If they have one
we've got
subroutine.
1 bullet, and it's called gun.
Jailbreaking onto HQ. I assume just looking for more stuff. Easy to break through some Examon. Honestly, a pretty nice break too, because Kurapira, it's like 3 credits and you get another counter on Kurapira. Kurapira letting you get through anything once you have at least 3 counters on it. So now, if some big scary barrier is raised, you can potentially beat that. Not seeing anything from HQ. Oh, and there's the Carmen. So now has a full suite of breakers, is able to keep doing things. Oh, it's my favorite card. It's a Concerto. I love decks that play Concerto.
Yes,
Concerto
was the card that I immediately put into my deck, along with Prognostic Q Loop.
Hell yeah. Tatu Bola. So that is going to let the corp swap out an ice from R&D onto the field and also make some money. Unfortunately, it is not going to keep the runner out, so the runner will get to see. Oh, it's a bite! Ooh!
Chomp.
The return of Snare.
Yep.
Oh my god, playing last card in hand being an Ashen Epilogue you could play to refill your entire hand after the bite. Awesome. Absolutely incredible. Disgusting to see as the corp is you just managed to get the runner down to 1 card and immediately back up to 5 cards in hand. But, ouch. Notably, the runner does have a Coordinator does have 1 core damage, so must have run into one of those 2 Cerebral Overriders in Archives. This was my biggest issue when trying to build PT, was you get something and you're like, oh, I could put Cerebral Overrider in this deck. I could make the runner run into a Cerebral Overrider. But then the question is, okay, then what? What's your plan after you do that? You do 2 core damage? What are you going to do with them after that? It's hard with this sort of a deck.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait.
But I'd love to see it work, because I absolutely love Cerebral Overrider for very normal reasons. Fantastic card. Runner Musalot getting to draw Baya bans for free from the deck with Identity ability.
Excellent influence spend.
Mm-hmm.
Also in my deck.
Yeah. Just a great card. Also not that low on cards. Still has 24 cards in the deck.
Well, we just saw the Ashen Epilogue.
Using Mystic Mamie to play a Clean Getaway. Going to have to use Kurapira here because 2 credits is not enough to break this. Actually, yeah. Has to bypass it with Kurapira. For better or worse. Finds a Sisentan in HQ. Sisentan's not what you want as the corp, since that's just 3 credits for the runner to break. I feel like the runner probably feels pretty safe here for most things the corp could throw out. Like, the corp puts out a, I don't know, I don't think the runner is expecting any sort of ice bait or like any sort of tag kill or such. You know, even with the bites, not importing like an end of the line or something.
It is possible if that's somehow going to be your line, say with a like public trail or some other way to guarantee a tag, then you could use the core damage to better land an end of the line or measured response.
Either one of those could be very powerful. Runner trashing the Idiosyncrasis in server 3. Taking care of that problem. Note that Idiosyncrasis would have, for each hosted advancements counter, gain 3 and the runner loses 2. So that would have only been 2 credits lost, but the corp could have gained 3 for that. It's a bit of a swing, but not the most powerful one. Peer Review. Reveal all but 1 card in HQ, gain 7 credits, and then install something. So Peer Review revealed Tatu Bola, Sisentan, Fly Swatter, and Sisentan. So none of those really the ice you want to have here against this runner. But also a safe reveal. On the other hand, it does tell the runner, hey, you don't need to check, you don't really need to check HQ. There's nothing in here of note.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what you would want to signify with your peer review, right? Don't worry about this last card. Statistically speaking, it's going to be an ice. I showed you 4 of them. What, is the 5th one not going to be an ice?
That's fair. Seeing Transfer of Wealth is so good here. You can completely drain the Corp's funds down to 2 credits. Corp cannot keep you out of server 3 anymore. I don't think the Corp can even activate most things. Cerebral Overrater's 3 to activate. Yep. Just incredible being able to play. Being able to draw the transfer of wealth off of your identity ability. What was the first thing they did this turn? No, they played the transfer of wealth first. Then used Penny Shaver and then ran on this server. Corp can't raise anything except 1 Tatubola that's 1 to break, and then 1 Fly Swatter that's 1 to break. The runner's going to end this with so much money and time.
Well,
I guess this could be an Urtica Cipher.
Tatubola gives...
Tatubola does give you enough to activate the Cerebral.
Yeah.
Nope, it's a Sericulture expansion. That's game. Whew. That was a extremely clutch transfer of wealth there, because even though I think the runner could have gotten through that stuff, the stuff that's protecting that server either way, like, you feel so much safer when the Corp's down to 2 credits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Extremely clutch play there. I believe that's the last game of this round as well. Let me check. Yeah, I think that's it. Do we have... Are things going? Yeah. Okay, table 4 might still be running, so we'll go check on that. Let's see. It's Wayland versus... Oh, yep, still going. Oh, wow, and this is a... 1 point and 10 cards left in R&D.
Yes. That's
Not-
what I like to hear.
Not what you want to see when you're playing. Not what you want when you're playing against Asa. Oof. Big board state. Has the running the Palangi Begemot deck. Interesting. I've seen this before. Choosing to purge virus counters. Get everything off that Botulus so the runner can't get into HQ. I presume.
Not seeing anything on the board right now. Anything in the heap that is new for the runner's deck?
Let me see. Is there anything in here? No, I don't think there's a single new card in here.
Yeah. Might just be an old list.
We could
I
let's
mean-
see if there's a entirely just if this list is entirely old cards. That would be a fun thing to do. Drawing card, clicking for 3 credits. Not the worst idea here. Like, you have the simulchip, so you can get into most servers. And the Corp can't do a ton. Interesting. Setting up another server. The runner, TX Pete has to be thinking like, okay, I can get in to archives, and there might be enough cards in there to win me the game. But if there isn't, I'm absolutely going to get measured response, and I have a hand size of 3. So I can't do it safely unless I have 8 credits. Possibly more, if there's 2 of them.
I mean, there is an advancement on that Messna chest foe, so that would take you down to 8 before you even start breaking subs, so...
New server, completely new server with 3 ice.
Yeah, the on-command stone chip draw.
Yeah,
Good
Stone
call
Chip does
by
help with measured
Warlock.
response, yeah. Server 2. I wonder, like, the Corp is on an 8-turn clock. There's only 8 turns left. And if you ran basic, and you are going to sabotage something every single time an agenda is scored, I wonder at what point you just say, sure, go ahead, do it. Although also, the Corp also only has 1 Spin Doctor removed. The other 2 could be in archives, or they could be sitting somewhere else.
That, at the very least, the Spin Doctor doesn't change the the math of the turns, right? Because
No, I
you
think it's
return
still
2 draws, but then you...
yeah, but it does potentially mean that if you do one big run on archives, you're not safe.
Mm-hmm.
Sabotaging 2 with core damage, going down to a hand size of 2.
Who needs
Ooh.
it?
New Puldrix
I'm out here measuring my response, and it's 2 hand size.
trashing 2 cards from hand. XP playing Running Hot, now down to 1 total card in hand. I have to imagine is just going for it. Alright, let's see. New Puldrix going to have to be very, very careful here about what gets rezzed and what doesn't. Beowulf being broken with Botulus.
This full new server.
Measured response, there it is. Had it in hand. Could have nearly killed with it. So you are now in danger. If, say, server 2 is a measured response, you could, or a spin doctor, you could res it, shuffle back in a measured response, and hope to draw it on your turn. With 10 credits, you can play 2, which is enough to kill, even with the stone ship. Well, no, it's not enough to kill with the stone ship and the other thing. Alright, going for server 2. Wants to see that card. Let's see if 10 credits can keep the runner out. Mesh Nevesto. That's a good start. Going to have to use the Palangi to get through it. And if there's another ice that isn't a barrier, runner will not be able to get through that. I wonder why you break this here. Like, do you just let it fire? Because if you let this... You're in danger here. Because your only way into archives is with that Palangi. That's your only way into archives. You have to get past the Mesh Nevesto on archives, and you need a Palangi to get in, because we assume this deck is not... Yep, there we go. Firing all the subroutines. Going to just let the... Oh, it got bonk hard. Okay, so it's not going to keep you out. Salandra. Okay, you can let this fire as well. It's only one. It's only one net damage. It does take you down to 7 credits, but you have the fermenter. Now, notably, you do not have the cards now to survive a measured response. So you're assuming that this is it, that you're getting it. No more res. It is a spin doctor. Oh. Oh, fascinating. Okay, so assuming a lot. If there aren't enough agendas to win in archives, and you manage to draw the cards that you need off of R&D, you manage to draw... Well, no, you only have 1 credit. Never mind. You can't do anything.
Yeah.
I always forget measured response costs 5 credits.
I think you can do something potentially absurd with KPI, and Built to Last takes you up a credit on advancement. You might be able to get out like a 3-2, but it's a very rough spot to come back from, like with only 8 cards remaining.
All right. Let's see how this goes. Are able to get in here. Will this be game? Either way, I mean, both players on 1 credits. Okay, Eminent Domain. That's it?
Just don't sabotage the agendas.
Just an Eminent Domain? Nothing else? Whoa.
I mean, we did just have the spin doctor.
Yeah. Let me see a Basalt Spire to win the game instantly. SDS. You gotta trash something. Just try to find them all in R&D. And it worked. Oh, incredible ending there. Just seeing them all hiding in R&D. Hilarious.
Just deciding,
ending.
wait a second, I can cheat numbers too.
Wait a minute. If they're not in archives, and you don't have any cards in hand, and they're not scored, there's only one place they can be. Well done. Well done. Incredibly close game. Glad we got to see the end of that. Right.
Yeah. It also, like, the timer, like, we were coming up on time,
Yeah,
at
there's
least,
only
if not already. I
3
think
minutes
we were
left.
holding up for a couple of minutes before we started, but it's always nice to see, like, a conclusion kind of like that, like having it go to the time and the corp just not having a chance to score it out. Like,
Mhm.
it's still an ending, but it kind of feels bad. So it's just, even if the runner can take that and just be like, well, I'll cheat out a win by points just so we feel better about it.
Yeah.
Uh,
All right, well, we'll go back to a short break before the next round, and then we'll see you in just a second as soon as we get started on the next round. That should be in about 5 minutes. We'll see, yeah, we'll see you in roughly 4 minutes. I'll switch back over, and we'll see you then. Wow. Wait a second. And yeah.
House drives to maximum power output. Transmitting signal in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Transmitting signal now.
Hello, we return. Time for the final round. Table 1, which is Jai versus Motion Blur, has decided to ID. So we've only got the other games. Want to look at... I mean, I'll be real. I want to look at the Mag deck again, even though we've already seen it. But that's just because that's my deck right now. I'm playing Mags. Let's... You down to do that?
I mean, that's also, I don't know if we've watched Vicky already, but that's another new ID.
True. We did what we've seen this wiki and we've seen the Mags. So we've seen a lot of players. So let's just go ahead and watch this. I just love watching Mags. I'm sorry. I hope you enjoy watching women be evil as much as I do.
Mm-hmm.
I love the flavor on Mags. Do you know the flavor on Mags?
The art shows like some I don't know what, like pruning of a tree, if I remember correctly.
No, the whole idea with Magdalene Kino Kimotai is that she made the space elevator. She was the designer of the space elevator in Africa that the Katara cycle's about in the old era, or that maybe is about. She was the designer maybe about that. The connections to old lore are tenuous at best. She designed a previous space elevator, let's say that. And then they hired her to build the space elevator here in Kota Kalamuntan. And the response was, and then they fired her because they found out that she used to be a hacktivist. And her response was, but wait, if I'm not working on this project, they'll build it wrong. I need to be in charge of this project so I can make sure that they don't fucking build it wrong. Which is great shaper motivation. I'm gonna hack my way back into the project so that I can make sure it gets built correctly.
I am too much of an auteur. This is not going to happen without
Yes,
me.
exactly. All right, now back to the game itself. Mag's using Nuka to draw all the way up to 6 cards. Mag's ability being, at the end of your turn, if you discard to hand size, you can install a card, using that to install a stone ship. Quarkinator getting I believe a petty cash on turn 1. Yeah, and a petty cash on turn 1 and a hedge fund on turn 2 to make sure that you can draw cards off his wiki group. His wiki group letting you draw cards off of both of those, so making a ton of money and keeping the hand full. Safe behind 2 pieces of ice. Mags usually takes a few turns to set up, so you have a little bit to spend some time. Especially this Mags. I think this Magdalene was very specifically a meta call against a lot of kill decks. Running Lily Pad is really great up against decks that want to kill you because you can discard at the end of hand, play a program, and then draw an extra card, ending your turn on 6 cards every turn, which makes you just that much harder to kill.
Hence the cerebral overrider. It's the meta calls. I have to agree. Super Dot in chat. Zvicky has a very high FPM or fun per minute.
It's a very fun deck to play. Yeah.
I am very much. I'm enjoying Petty Cash a lot. We got a lot of really cool synergies with it. In this set. And Zvicky is just a great example of it. Like, you are forced to use it early in your turn. You're forced to split it between 2 turns. You get a draw off of each of them. KPI, another great example because you can gain the credits and draw the card to make your choice.
Mag's playing Ritual, going way up to hand size. Only 4 credits, though. Really needs to find some way to make money. Environmental testing, telework contracts, coalescence, almost certainly. There's the coalescence. Any of those help a lot here. Zwicky really running through cards, has been just playing so many cards. But has 17 credits and 4 ice down pretty early in the game. Overclock on HQ with the SMC. Pretty good. Will probably let you get through this ice. Afshar, annoying to see, especially because you can't lose. Afshar says runner loses 2 credits, and that can't be the credits on overclock. So you're going to lose 2 credits either way, no matter what you get. Using the overclock to pay for the lore-wise mags versus non-HB corpse is on her megalomaniacal girl bossing arc. Yes, exactly. Getting a Unity breaks this for 1, but you're still going to lose 2 credits, going down to just 2 credits. I really like Petty Cache. I think I like Petty Cache a lot more than I like subliminal messaging. I don't know, it's more interesting. There's more weird combos with it, and also I don't feel like I did with subliminal messaging, where I'm like, I can feel so locked out of the game, since it's just getting played every turn. And also, I don't constantly forget it like I did with subliminal messaging. When I was playing that from my hand, it was like, okay, I forgot to play subliminal messaging this turn. I forgot to play it this turn. I forgot to play it this turn.
Yeah, well, that's because you haven't truly played subliminal messaging, which is the messaging that you subliminally apply to yourself to always remember the subliminal messaging.
That's fair. That's fair. All right.
It makes the petty cache reflexes immaculate. You only got to do it once.
DZMZ
You only
coming
get
down
to do it
along
once,
with
but you
a
only
head.
got to do it once.
DZMZ bringing you down to 1 credit though. Drop Bear still a little bit low on credits here, but not in the worst place. There's a lot of ways to get credits, especially when you have Lily Pad, you have Simulchip. Like, you can get, even just Simulchipping out the Coalescence is 4 credits right there. Stone Ship Chart Room doesn't do a ton, but draws you cards, going to keep you from dying. Looking for a credit. You're going to see another Coalescence, maybe? Maybe at the end of turn. Your first install is 1 free. Playing like Simulchip and then a Coalescence off the DZMZ would be pretty great here. Another click for credits. Makes sense. This is one of the things I find with mags. You spend a lot of time clicking for credits just because you realize, oh, wait a minute, every single turn, I don't need to install. I can just be above can size, and then I just want to click for credits instead. Ooh, Naked scoring a slash and burn. Interesting. That says something. Slash and burn is your fast advance tool, so just installing it and scoring it like that is rough, but also, like, it gets you the 2 points. You don't have to worry about it being sold. You don't have to worry about how it's going to get scored later. You're in a good spot. Telework contract coming down. 3 credits off that, going up to 5. Puts you in a better place to be installing stuff. I don't think this deck is running Knick-Knack, which is what my mags does, so gotta figure out how you're gonna make money off a lot of these cards. Another Stone Ship. You're not gonna die. The one thing I can say at this point is you're not gonna die to something. There's another Coalescence. More money. You got a ton of options.
What could be in what was in HQ, such that we had to score a slash and burn. Like, it. I also read it as a bait. You know, like, see if they're going to face check into 2 unres dice on server 1.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Since they didn't, well, might as well. Like,
giving away a slash and burn isn't really the worst thing a lot of the time. Icing up R&D and server 1, but leaving HQ open. Interesting. Once again, definitely making a statement here. And that statement is, please feel free to come into HQ. There's nothing there.
I mean,
is that true?
It's in the type line. Identity unsubstantiated. What headquarters?
But I love that part of Zwicky Group. Zwicky Group, of course, being
subtype.
Not every identity has a subtype. Most of them are a division or corporation or stuff, but Zwicky's subtype is just unsubstantiated because no one knows who they are. Are they real? Who knows? All right, running overclock on R&D with a Simulchip and 2 coalescences. Can very easily break one of the coalescences to go get the SMC back and then use the overclock money to grab whatever breaker you want. We'll see if that happens, though. Orkinator has to be thinking, okay, how much the cost of every single ice you res is an ice that you can't res on a server 1 run. And if you just put down another piece of ice protecting server 1, you probably want to keep whatever's in there safe. Let's see, no res on the first one. Second res is a descent, which is interesting because that's only 1 to break. Could be that they're trying to waste the overclock money, just saying, I'm not going to res anything, you don't get any of that money. You have to go get the simulchip right now. If they have a sentry and a barrier on server 1, that's not a bad idea because it forces the runner to pay for them manually. You can't use the simulchip money, like you just have to guess here then. There it is. Okay, what are we going to get with it? What are we going to see?
Pressing the descent also lets you take it back to hand at the start of turn,
True.
which that at least used to be something that you had to consider when Audacity was a thing, but
Getting a revolver.
It could also, I suppose, with Plutus, if you don't want to forfeit your 2-pointer, then having being able to take the descent back to hand when you don't really need it because the Unity's already down, what's that going to really defend me from?
Mm-hmm. Now, there are some scary barriers, potentially. Most likely you're just going to run into a Pharos or something, but you are pretty safe to run here. Let's see. I'm guessing that there's just going to be a single res of a barrier here, is my suspicion.
What would be the worst barrier to hit here?
There's some Jinteki barriers that would be really bad. There's no way they would be important in this deck, but they would be really... There's a tree line. Yep, there we go. So it was a smart play here. What Quarkinator managed to do was by forcing the SMC run on R&D and not even resing anything to protect, saving all of the money to be able to res tree line or, I presume, whatever sentries on server 1 and force the runner into that based on whatever Drop Bear doesn't get with the overclock SMC money. So just going to have to bounce off that. And that way you definitely get whatever server 1 is. That is going to happen. What do you think it is?
What do I think is in the root of server 1?
Yeah.
Do I think it's... I don't think it's an anthill in Ziki. Could...
I don't think it is, but I hope it's a Plutus. It's not. Damn it. Oh, it's just a spin doctor. It was all bait. Fascinating. Dangerous bait because it gives the runner an opportunity to spend a turn setting up, but I don't think there's ice cream in that server. What would be the best Netrunner card to turn into an ice cream flavor, do you think?
I mean, isn't there a card that's called Vanilla?
That is true. There is a vanilla card. Scoring off the books out with a slash and burn and have the spin doctor on the table to shuffle that back in. Interesting. Good play. That's 4 points right there, which means also measured response is online. Now, measured response is probably not the best against this deck specifically, which has a lot of money and a lot of cards at all times, but still, it is an option. I think of which card here I would eat as an ice cream flavor. Coalescence could taste good. I don't know why. That card looks like it could taste good. Making a run on R&D. Yeah, Coalescence would be tasty. That's what I feel. It's got like a leaf in it. I don't know. This looks kind of minty, fresh. Running on R&D and HQ, are we gonna see a deep dive here? That'd be interesting. Dangerous, though, because, like, you are in danger. Oh, I guess you're only in danger of 2 measured responses, and you can... We'll see. Getting an HQ. Fermenter ice cream would be gross. That would not be good. Cost you 2 credits. You're down to 4 credits, so Fermenter gets you back up to 8, so that keeps you safe, but... See. Moon Pool in HQ. There we go. Now that's a fucking card. Hell yeah. Oh, I love to see Moon Pool. One of my favorite cards. Oh, the Mavirus and Archives. Oh, that's rough because you can't use Fermenter to get back up. All right, seeing a deep dive. Let's see. It said Bite, Descent, KPI, measured response, off the books, off-world office, and Winchester. Fascinating. I mean, that's just great info, too, because now you know this deck has at least 1 bite in it for no reason. It is engaging in my favorite Netrunner tradition of adding a snare, or in this case, a bite to your deck with extra influence just to bother people.
Keep it spicy.
Yeah.
Give it a little bit of bite.
Now... Runner drawing up just to make sure can't die to what's her name, the card that deals 1 damage and then a measured response.
Angelique.
Yeah, Angelique. Unsubstantiated ice cream. Interesting.
Ooh.
It wouldn't taste like anything. It would taste unsubstantiated. Ranking all the cards currently played by how good they would be as ice cream flavors.
I think like the unsubstantiated, like the Zwicky ice cream flavor is like the cult sort of like just imagine the flavor of the ice cream until you have like satisfied yourself and are done with the temptation.
I can see it. Installing another Coalescence, drawing another card, and installing a Stone Ship, which can draw you even more cards. Max could just draw so many cards. I love it. Never end a turn on less than 6 cards. This is why I put the hardware that does 2 core damage but gives you an extra click, because I don't care if I go down by 2. Yeah. Or no, I think Mechanicize is the one that gives you extra hand size. I don't remember what the
Basilar Synth Gland.
Yep, Synth Gland is the one. Alright. Hardened Server 1. Advanced once. Now, notably, there's no... Drop Bear still has not shown a barrier breaker of any sort. So still can't get past that tree line yet.
Tree line basically did end up being the most threatening. Like, it's basically the most threatening a barrier gets.
Well, there's Gauss, so that'll get you in. That'll get you in easy. Exactly what you want to have against a 4-strength tree line. I have to imagine this is probably an agenda. It's just a question of what agenda it is. You're pretty safe here against measured response, because you would have to see... Because 2 measured responses won't kill you if you end on more than 8 credits and 4 cards in hand.
Mm-hmm. There is always the extra Angelique possible.
True, but even then, like, you could Angelique measure that just won't do enough, because the most you can deal is 5, and there's no way that this deck doesn't end on 5 cards or 6 cards.
I thought, well, you had said 4 cards in hand, which is why.
Yeah, okay, like, 4 cards. Yeah, well, almost certainly the runner's going to end on 5 cards in hand. My mistake. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. We're not seeing. Are we seeing any reses? No reses at all protecting this server. It's an off-world office. Mm-hmm. It makes sense. I think you just save your money and just wait. They can't kill you here. Yep, just clicking for credits, and then I assume going to install Another, yeah, a DZMZ optimizer. So that doesn't draw you 2 cards, but you still have the stone ship to draw even more cards. Playing Petty Cash. That brings you up to 11, so you can play 2 measured responses, but it doesn't matter, it won't kill. However... Okay. Are we going to see a Moon Pill? No, we're not going to see a Moon Pool. Damn. I was hoping for a Moon Pool score.
We can dream.
Is the Moon Pool in archives? Did it get trashed? It did not. It's still out there. We could still see it.
Oh.
What more can I ask for in life?
A second Moon Pool. Score of 5-3.
True. Another Spin Doctor in the remote. Corp now threatening 3 measured responses, which is very funny. Probably doesn't have 3 measured responses in hand, but is threatening it. Runner can just click the Fermenter and solve that problem. Trashing the Spin Doctor, not using it to shuffle anything back. Drawing up with Stone Ship, looking for something. I presume maybe another Simul Chip to help you get into that server. Harmony AR Therapy, interesting. So that'll let you shuffle 5 cards back into your deck. With only 9 cards in the stack, that'll help a bit. What do you get here? Obviously a Simul Chip. Maybe a Deep Dive? Just to go for the win? Yep. Coalescence, Fermenter, Deep Dive, Hannah, and Overclock. Hannah for the, Hannah presumably for the attempt to score out, attempt to play the Deep Dive. Although you don't technically need it, given you have 4 points and you're probably looking for an SDS.
Well, I mean, we've only seen 2 pointers yet.
True, true.
There could be.
It could be
3
running.
pointers to
Yeah,
work
I
it
mean,
out,
Green
but-
Mail is good in this deck. It could just be running Green Mail as another 2 pointers. Oh, are we gonna see 3 measured responses? I mean, that would. Well, that doesn't kill, but it'd be wild to see. It'd completely drain everything for both players. You're spending 5. Nope, there's KPI. Okay, not another measured response.
Yeah.
Just playing it to deny the runner some credits.
I mean, it's pretty good at that, apparently.
Maybe hoping that the runner makes a mistake and just takes the damage.
Yeah, I'm playing Misclicks Vicky.
Miss Clicky. Cupulation helps a lot here. Clicking for credits for final action. I have to wonder what the Corp's plan right now is, and what's in server 1. What are you looking to do with the current setup? Actually, you know, I'll bet you're right about it not being a 5-3 because of the Moon Pool that we saw. That probably means a lot of smallers, like Green Mails and such. Just begging Magdalene to just take the L and take the damage. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. There's Hannah. Okay, so there's one piece of the Deep Dive combo. This will let you gain that extra click that you need. And Deep Dive isn't something you can measured response against, because Deep Dive just wins the game. And there's a Propeller, which will help a lot, because that'll break any super scary barriers for super cheap. Also makes Unity easier to use. With this, I think you can just go for the Deep Dive next turn. At the very least, you can run on HQ and see what you find.
I don't know if you could res enough strength with. Well, I suppose I have to see what credit total the corp ends on, because I'm looking at 13 still, but
You also know that one measured response has been played. There's only 2 in hand, potentially. You also can potentially cup to just clear out the hand, or even cup the measured response in archives to make sure there's only 2 that can be played. Very curious to see what happens here. Government subsidy to go up to 18 credits. Ending turn, discarding a card. Workinator definitely has the money to res basically anything. Drop Bear... Clicking Nuka, so not going to do the deep dive this turn. Might not have it in hand yet. Might be just trying to get some more money. We'll see. How much time left in the round? Still 15 minutes. It's weird to feel like this game is going so slow. It's not. It's actually a very reasonably timed game. It's just that every other game has gone so fast today. Let's see.
I mean, I think these are both identities that take a little bit of, like, you would like draw first to see if it changes your plan or whatnot. I feel like these are both identities that have a decent amount of just I don't know, the like kind of uncertainty, less so I guess with Maggie than with Vicky, but with that one when you're counting on drawing a card basically every turn, or a second card rather, in addition to your mandatory.
Overclocking into HQ, I presume just hoping to get the kill here with the cup. See how this goes. Winchester's gonna be doable with revolver. That's an annoying strength. Well, no, it's pretty reasonable. It's 2 actually. It's the right strength that you want, because just 2 credits to get up there. 2 credits, 3 credits, lose 2 credits, puts you down at 10. You can still avoid 1 measured response, and you have still some overclock credits remaining just to trash stuff in hand, you see, and to activate cup. So that's pretty reasonable. Yep. Use that, and then get in. We'll see. This could be the end of the game right here. Gonna see 3 cards from HQ. Also, you now know how much it'll cost you to get into HQ when you decide to deep dive. Rezzing Moonpool! Oh my god. Are they gonna be, if these get put on the, no, they get put on the tree line. Okay. I was gonna say, if those got put into server 1, that'd be absolutely wild. Breaches HQ, sees a measured response, can get rid of that, feels good. Masquerade, and then a Spin Doctor. Does that mean both Spin Doctors are in archives? Yep, both of the remaining spins are in archives, so you are out of luck there. Ooh. Love to see a Moonpool play like that, but also, what? You still gotta figure out a way to win the game. You have the big strength tree line, but the propeller can get through that easily. Like, oh, green mail. Green mail. Okay, so any score wins for Orkinator now. It's 3 credits to get through Winchester. 2 credits to get... Yeah, you can't go for the...
3 bullets.
You can't easily go for the deep dive this turn. You can definitely do it next turn now that you've managed to use the spec work to get even more money. You're definitely good to deep dive next turn, but I don't think that's a gamble you can take. You know that there are some fast advanced tools here.
Could score a second green mail.
Yep.
And still, you would only, I think, want to. Well, you might want to do that just to keep it out of, keep it from being stolen. Well, no, because it wouldn't. If you only have the one, it doesn't really change the math. Because it's still, the runner has to steal 4 agendas.
Maskarovka, protecting archives. Annoying, but not the worst. You definitely don't want to use Propeller here, I don't think. It costs an annoying amount if you don't use Propeller, though. Oh, are using Propeller. Interesting. Gets into archives, finds them a virus, but nothing else. Running R&D, threatening to Hannah into a deep dive, but only for 1 card. Which doesn't win you the game. Could just be running R&D just for value. Trying to convince the corp to res this ice and get poorer. Not sure. Forfeiting Biowak for... Oh! Forfeiting green mail for the Biowak. That's going to cost 4 credits and all of your remaining revolver counters. And you have to break it, otherwise your entire rig is busted. Oh.
I mean, I don't think Maggie would have too bad of a time reassembling a rig.
Well,
we did see at
how
least
many
one simul chip. I think he
simul-chips are
shuffled
in?
back.
There's one simul chip. There's only one simul chip in archives, so yeah, almost certainly there's 1 or 2 left in the stack in the hand. So you can definitely get the revolver back, but it does mean you can't run on HQ this turn. And it only costs you 4. Worth continuing the run just for value, just to try and get in for money, but not what you want. There's the simul chip. Yep, that'll fix your revolver problem pretty easily. Oh, and then a fermenter. Wow. Okay, and that'll fix your money problem too. And with the corp having gotten rid of green mail, you're not even in danger of the corp instantly winning off of a fast advance. You have a little bit of time to set up. I think I'd spend the next turn just taking credits and prepping, and then go for the deep dive the turn after that. You know the runner almost certainly can't win in 1 turn if they're not running 5-3s, and it doesn't look like they are. And how are they going to fast advance out of 5-3? 4 credits, clicking for credits twice. Clicking for credits 3 times. I assume just not wanting to, installing another fermenter, not wanting to have to click for a fermenter next turn. That's so many programs. That's what? 8 memory worth of programs? God.
Yup.
With
That has been 8 fully accounted memory for quite a while.
with Azamat being 2 memory, that's... Mag's rig has got to be running so hot right now. Just like every single fan on it working overtime.
I don't think anything's running hot. We haven't taken any core damage.
Let's see. New remote. New remote. Advance. Moonpool. Oh, are we going to see a score here?
Am I going to see this baby get down? He's not supposed to be up here?
Scoring an above the law! Oh my god, that lets you trash the Hannah!
Yeah.
Oh, that means... Oh, that's such a good response! That's incredible! Drop Bear can't go for the deep dive this turn anymore. Oh my god, I mean, you feel so safe there, but that's the one thing that can stop you from being able to deep dive this turn. Oh. I mean, you can still potentially win just based off seeing an agenda off the top of R&D, but wow, that's a good play.
Taking out the ability to having one choice for the above the law and it being the second click for the deep dive.
Just an incredible score there. And now you're threatening. How many green mails have we seen? We've seen 2 so
Just the
far.
one.
Just the
Two?
one? Yeah, just the one, I guess. You're threatening if there's a green mail anywhere you can find it. Just score off based on that. You're not in the worst position because you can still just kind of keep checking R&D for a while. Like, you can get into most servers. Well, there's one. Okay, yeah, no, here you go. So now you just want to score. That, I mean, that'll do it. That's the way you respond to your deep dive not getting a second click. Just score off the top. Oof. It's sad if it's an absolutely incredible play like killing the Hannah with an above the law and then it just doesn't matter because you see an agenda off the top. But I do love to see Magdalene win because I love evil women, so.
Yeah. I mean, this is sort of the trade-off that you are assuming when you play a suite of 2 and 1 pointers,
Yep.
right? Is that it's more likely that you're just going to lose your agendas incidentally. So, trying to protect against the 6-point deep dive can just make it so that you lose to the 2-point deep dive instead.
Running HQ again? Oh, yeah, clicked on the wrong server. That's what I thought.
Good. I'm telling you, misclicks Vicky is OP.
That's the plan.
We need to ban JNet.
We need to ban JNet. It's against the rules. JNet is overpowered. All right. Yep. And then we're gonna see the deep dive. So there's only 10 cards left that we know there's nothing in HQ. So there's literally no way you don't win on this. I don't think it's mathematically possible for you to not win on this. Yep. There they are. 2 and 1. GG. Wow, what a close game. Incredible plays by both players right there. Just knowing your outs and knowing where to go for them. Well done,
there
well
were
done.
7 points.
Mhm.
I don't know if we knew what was in HQ. Well, I guess 3 of the points seen off that deep dive leaves 2 cards in R&D and 1 in HQ for 4.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, we're going to take a very short break because I need to go use the restroom. And then we will be back with the final round the final 2 rounds of the finals. Not sure who exactly is going to be there. We'll find out as soon as we get back. But for now, I gotta go use the restroom. See y'all in just a minute. Bye.
Welcome and thank you for volunteering your time to the Symbian Consumer Marketing Focus Group. Your opinions are valuable to us and we want to know what they are. Tell us everything. 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 Tell us everything. Everything. Everything.
across the Whaling Consortium. Build. Collapsed.
Welcome back to the finals of the May 31st APAC AMT. We've got Drop Bear, who we've been watching, versus Motion Blur, and Warlock versus Jai. Looks like Motion Blur is going to be running, so that'll be Sable versus Nebula, and Warlock's going to be corping, so that'll be AU versus Sable. So we've got two Sable games.
Is that confirmed? I see the game 2.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat for
Cool.
the AMT. So, two Sable games. Let's take a look at the Jai game. I don't think I've seen Jai's Sable list today, so let's watch that one if you're all right with that.
I assume y'all have already watched the egg in action.
We've seen the egg. It's
Well,
horrifying.
I haven't yet, so I don't particularly care.
All right. Wait, shit.
Show me the egg.
Watch. Hit the wrong button. Right. Take a look at the this game. Should be starting in a few minutes. Not sure exactly how long it'll take, but it'll be an exciting finale. We do also have deck lists, which I can pull up potentially. Actually, I will post the deck lists for chat to see if chat wants to take a look at them. Yeah, here are the 4 players deck lists if you want to see them. Whoa. So this is going to be Warlock's Corp versus Jai's Runner. See what exactly is in these two decks. Warlock running in this 3 Fujis, 3 Regenesis, 3 Sting, 3 hybrid release. Yeah, this is a kill. Well, 3 Moon Pools is interesting, and 3 Hollow Mans. No, this is definitely a score out list, actually, for this. No, not really a plan for killing aside from the fat here. No kill, no tag kill, no measured response, just going for grinding out and making things miserable. Versus Jai's Sable, which is seemingly rather there's a Game Dragon Pro in it. I love to see Game Dragon Pro. We get to see the dragon, one of my favorite cards. I don't think dragon is good, but I'm very excited to see it.
There's a Wake Implant in this list.
Players bantering before the game. See how this goes. There's a Wake Implant. Yeah, Wake Implant is interesting. Carmen, the Revolver, Carmen and Revolver. 2 Chesva, that's normal. 3 Transfer of Wealth, so that'll be rough. Gotta ice up HQ. Although Transfer of Wealth could just enable the Bladderworts that we know there's a lot of.
Yeah, exactly.
See how this goes.
I get to lose 3 credits? Sign me up.
Let's see how this goes. Also, how many hostiles in this deck? How many hostiles in Warlock's deck? There are 2 hostile architectures. All right. 2 hostile architectures and 2 hollow mans are the real things you gotta worry about here, I think. That's a solid start. On-site review, server 1, server 2, just immediately getting cards onto the table. Running on HQ with Carbidium. Rezzing Spin Doctor. Wonder if there's a lot of agendas in HQ and was counting on that Spin Doctor. Interesting. Running on server 1. Has the credits now with Carpe Diem. The trash the Bladderwort. Ooh, rough start. Bladderwort not the best when you have 10 credits, but it's still something on the table. The runner has to spend resources trashing. Now,
Trash costs a 3. That's nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, 3 is annoying. Letting the runner trash the Spin Doctor. I was wondering if that was going to happen, just to try and keep them low on credits. Sable is theoretically pretty good here, just because you can, you're not going to be icing up your centrals as much, so you can potentially, the Sable can keep pressuring them a lot harder. We'll see, though. Alright, 2 ice. Lots of credits. 10 credits is plenty. Ooh. Great start. Open market into a class act. That'll get you all the cards you need. And it saves you a bunch of credits on that class act. See where this goes. You know you're going to be drawing up at the end of your turn, so you can make a run here. Checking, bite is not in the list. Yeah, this is open deck list, so you can check things like, is the other player running bite? Do I have to be scared of that? And right now you don't.
The list. Wow. I guess.
Wow, Alex saying psych. No, there actually is, but no, there is no bite here. You don't have to be scared of the immediate 3 damage. Although I'm not sure how you kill off of 3 damage in this list, like, without a Reaper function or anything on the board. And this deck isn't really running Reaper function, I don't think. Yeah, there's no Reaper function. This is almost a pure score list. Like, the only damage options are Ice, and then Bladderwort, Hostile, and Fat. That's it.
The Fuji does damage.
Fuji does damage, yeah, but there isn't like there isn't like a I'm gonna score out. I'm gonna like activate the Reaper function or something like that to instantly deal a bunch of damage to you. Installing a side hustle, that'll draw you a bunch of cards, and getting a revolver down, that'll help a lot. You don't have to worry about instantly dying to a Saisentan or something. Checking archives. We saw Spin Doctor shuffle a Spin Doctor back into R&D. That's definitely, when you have a Spin Doctor in hand, you can sometimes afford to just not res the Spin Doctor and let it go. Cost the runner 2 credits. On-site review, that'll get you another counter you need to trigger your ability. This is the thing about the egg, is that you have this incredibly powerful ability where you can look at the top 3 cards of R&D and trash one of those and add the rest to HQ. So you can draw 2 cards. That's incredible. However, you have to find a way to trigger it. So you have to be dealing damage or doing something. And right now, Warlock has too much money to be using Bladderwort to trigger it.
Yeah, I was talking with one of my metamates, Neither, yesterday, wondering, should peer review be what he's playing, or should it be Hansei review? And I looked at the 2 cards and I was like, you're telling me this one gets me 2 more credits and I get to trash a card from HQ? Mm-hmm. I think I know which one I'm taking.
Yeah. All right. Jai put down a Hermes. That's real good to see this early in the game, especially against a deck that you know is trying to score out. If this was a pure kill deck, it might not be as useful, but knowing that this is a deck that actively wants to score out to win, Hermes is much better. Wondering if Server 5 is going to be a hostile architecture, just to get that down early. You can get it behind some ice, know that the runner can't get in there, start really making sure the runner can't trash the stuff in server 6 and server 7. Running on R&D, running on archives. Or is this a attempt at a deep? No, it's not an attempt at a deep dive. Take 2 credits and then draw off the class act. Try getting all the cards you could possibly want. Okay, second Bladderwort. Just getting you money. I mean, 17 credits is a ton of money, but what are you going to do with it? Draw a card. I assume looking for Hollow Man, looking for Moonpool, looking for anything you do stuff with. Now we are now up to 2 extra servers, server 8 and server 9. And still only 1 ice on centrals. Wow. Info bounty to get even more money. Carpe diem into archives. Still have 3 clicks left. Do you start checking all those extra servers? Like, you know there's Hollow Men and stuff, and you know that you don't have to worry about bytes or other stuff. I think you just start checking some of those servers. Yep, here we go. Running on server 8. 3rd Spin Doctor. That's worrying. Trashing it. Warlock has 7 cards left in HQ. No, wait, 7 cards in R&D. Sorry, I thought there was a. So I mixed up HQ and R&D. I was like, how did you do that? How'd you draw through your entire deck? All right.
It's
Attacking.
Trashing
The hostile architecture. Ooh, not rezzing the hostile architecture earlier means that it doesn't trigger when it's you can't res it now because the runner has already trashed something this turn. That's rough. Reduce the size of the screen so you can see all the servers. Yeah, I'll reduce it a little bit. Making money off the Bladderworts. There's still 2 servers we haven't seen what's in them. Server 5 and server 6. Monorail, message me after the stream. I'll tell you how to play Netrunner. It's the greatest card game ever made. Icing up archives, and I assume, yep, and now icing up R&D. So I assume those will all be like an anemone or something just that's annoying to get through. Something that you can just use to keep taxing the runner every turn. Cool. Kurapira, there's the barrier breaker. So now you've got 2 out of the 3. Bravado on archives. Hoping that the reason there was a thing there. Okay. Samaxamon doesn't do anything when you have a revolver out. It's 2 to break. That's exactly the ice you want to see when you have a revolver. No, wait. Samaxamon's a barrier. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's annoying because it's 3 credits, but it's still 3 credits. It's no big deal. Getting into archives. Rezzing a moon pool? Huh. Trashing 2 cards from HQ. Shuffling. Moving out Regenesis and Fuji. Putting the advancements on server 6. Huh. Jai asking, what the hell is this?
Probably just FUT.
Yeah, it could just be FUT. Wouldn't be surprised to see him. Not a huge problem to trash now that you have now that you have the now that you have the hostile architecture off the field. Running on server 6. Hybrid release. Okay. Huh. And you get to return something with Hermes. That's pretty good. But huh. What's the plan here for Warlock? Like I'm not really sure what you do here. the NSG website and the GLC Discord are great places to learn Netrunner. Or you can just message me. I know Monorail. I'll bother you into my favorite game. Mostly the goal is to get 7 points or not, and not die if you're the runner. Let's see. All right, blocking up server 10. HQ. We know that there's a number of cards here that could really help Barlock instantly start scoring. Hollow Man being one, another Moon Pool being one, although you don't really have almost certainly don't have the agendas in hand to make that work. Cohort would be a great just way to start moving yourself forward and getting stuff on the field.
Have we seen any cohorts yet?
No, we haven't. We know there's 3 in the deck, but we haven't seen any.
That's a key piece of this deck, I feel like.
Transfer of wealth. No res for transfer of wealth. Finding a thought. Ooh. Getting to trash the boy. Definitely one of the cards you want to trash. The thing about this deck is it really wants to tax the runner with everything it's doing. It wants every score to be a little bit of net damage, a little bit of time, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of like you use the boy to just deal a little bit more damage. You're hitting them with bladderworts every turn, and it doesn't seem like that's managing to happen here. There's Stone Ship and another open market. So that's a lot of cards. Corp has to draw it. Still has not rezzed any ice except the single one. What's the best way out here for the Corp? Code gates can't be broken yet. You can potentially score something out behind a code gate. That's just a Tachubola. I presume didn't res last turn because didn't have an ice in hand to swap it with, but now does, and so is able to get the value off of it. Accesses the Tachubola that just found. Screaming Aksu. Tachubola returning to hand after you go past it, and then you get into HQ and you look at a card in hand, and it's the Tachubola that you just put into their hand.
Funny every time.
It's always funny. Mutual Favor, and there's the Unity. Has a full Breaker Suite, 11 credits, tons of cards on the table, and a Chesva. This is dangerous. It's still difficult to play against the egg, like extremely difficult, because so many things could just tax you out a little bit. There's the boy, there's all of the agendas that deal a little bit of net damage when you score them. There's so many ways you could just deal little bits and pieces of damage, but we'll see. Spin Doctor coming down, getting rezzed. Drawing 2 cards. Lots of time thinking here. What is in server 10, do you think? Card going down in server 5, and another piece of ice on server 5. Interesting. What could that be? Maybe maybe another hostile? Maybe the Hollow Man? I'm not sure. We have a list of the cards it could be. It could be Bladderwort, Cohort, Hostile, Moonpool. That Spin Doctor or Hollow Man are the only cards it could be.
I missed when it was installed.
It was installed this turn. Server 5 was installed this turn, and then another piece of ice was put there, so it's obviously something.
Sorry, server 10.
Oh, server 10 was installed a while ago. I don't even remember. Which makes me think it's not a cohort, because why would you just leave a cohort there?
Right. Could be Hollowman.
Yeah.
Could be the hostile.
I'd love it if server 10 was the Hollow Man, and it's just been sitting there waiting for another server. An enemy. There we go. That's the sort of tax you want to start seeing. Using an enemy. Hitting. Ooh! Hitting the Carmen. That's a good hit. That's really powerful, because it means that if the runner doesn't have a way to get that back, they will run out of sentry breaks eventually. Trashing the Hollow Man from server 10. I was right. It was a Hollow Man.
Yep.
Running on archives.
There are.
Which is the mark this turn, so you'll get the free... Oh, wow. And there is a Fuji in archives. Huh.
There are boomerangs in this deck as well.
True. But it's dangerous. That's 2 more damage. If Jai has one more. Jai has one more click, so Jai can draw up to 2. I don't think there's a good way for this deck to kill on 2 cards. I can't think of one. Maybe if you could put down the boy and score something, you could no, because you'd have to deal 3 damage. I don't think there's a way to do it. I don't know though. I could be wrong. We'll see. Will we see the run on server 5 to now that the ice there has been gotten rid of? So using the Hermes trigger, which lets you add a card to HQ to remove whatever was in front of server 5. Drawing up with Dr. Nuka. So it doesn't have the extra click. It is a cohort. That was what I was wondering, because that'll really help you start moving forward. Getting the cards into archives, triggering your identity every turn. It's really, really helpful.
Yeah, I'm honestly just hoping like we're going into this is turn 11 and we're just now seeing the cohort.
Yeah, that's so rough.
And it's like it's a 3 of, because that in this deck that tempo is mandatory.
Yeah. You need that time. It's on the table now, though, so hopefully it can start doing something. But Jai is at 4 points already. Let's see.
It's not a deep dive list, and we haven't seen the wake nor the twinning.
Let's check on the heap. Yeah, there's the wake has been ended up in archives. So did lose that, and also lost the Game Dragon, very unfortunately. I don't think Game Dragon is good in this matchup, but I'm just sad because I love Game Dragon and I wish it got played. Oh, there's the boy. Okay. So I have to assume that server 3 right now is a hostile, because that an enemy is so easy to break through. I feel like you would just run and trash that. But if it's a hostile, then you have to start thinking like, I have only 10 cards left. I'm gonna run out of cards to play eventually. Drawing a card. Drawing 2 cards and putting one on the bottom with the class act. Two ice protecting archives. Possibly just the greatest bluff on archives ever.
It's like, do you want to convince the runner that you have something worth advancing with cohort next turn?
True.
Is server 3 just an agenda? And if so, why?
I mean, that's a way you win Netrunner games, is just by being extremely, extremely audacious.
That's true.
The thing is, if server 3 is an agenda, you want to run it after you run server 10 so you can trash the boy first. But if server 3 is a hostile, you need to run that first. Well, actually, I guess it doesn't matter which order you run it in. So yeah, you want to run the boy first, then, potentially. Although you might not have the credits to trash the hostile if you run on the server 10 first. So, I don't know, it's rough either way. And next turn, the corpse is going to get to draw 3 cards very fast. Let's see. Zoom in a bit so we can see. Putting a boomerang on Anemone. Possibly trying to save those credits from... Trying to save those credits. Ooh. Clean getaway's good. That'll pay for the entire trash cost of the boy. Do we see the hostile get rezzed here? We do not. Okay. Now do we see a run on server 3? It's dangerous if you don't, because there could be, like, you could just get Regenesis this turn and instantly be the same on points.
Mm-hmm.
But also, if you do, it could be a Fuji? Run on HQ instead. Interesting. Pressing a Diviner? Well, I mean, that is an ice, I guess. It costs the runner...
Diviner.
It's actually not bad. It costs the runner 2 to get through. That's better than a lot of stuff. Hitting a Spin Doctor! Oh, that's the last Spin Doctor remaining. Ooh, that's a good hit. Really, really good hit. Jai thinking here. Running on server 3.
You got it, right?
There's the Saisentan. Okay. Saisentan's the big danger here in terms of ice, because you can't break that infinitely. With Carmen into heap, and is Jai even running a... Jai does not seem to be running any recursion, I don't think.
Not,
I don't see any
not that I saw.
recursion in the list. There isn't a... there is no way to get through this. You can get through this once, or you can get through this twice totally.
Yeah.
Second cohort! No! Oh, that hurts. I mean, now every single server that has a Saisentan in it is a huge, huge danger. Because that server, you can run once. How many Saisentans is Warlock running? Let's see. Warlock is running only 1. So this is the only one. This is the only one you have to worry about. However, this also makes every other sentry worse. And we know there's anemones in this list. Petty cash to gain money. Installing a piece of ice. Installing a card. My guess is that this is just, that is a sentry and an agenda. Just can't get in. If there's a sentry there, you can't break it. This is the sort of lock you can get.
Okay,
Even
what
a
do we-
even a boomerang can't really get you through it, because you're still going to potentially take 2 damage on it, and 2 damage plus the 2 damage from a Fuji could be a lot.
What's the over-under on this new ice on server 3 also being a sentry?
I'd say high, almost certainly would be my guess. I mean, you want it to be like an MMN. The deck is not running that much ice though. It's 3 anemones. 3 Tatu Bolas, 2 Samaxamons, 1 Fly Swatter, 1 Saisentan, and 1 Diviner. So we've seen a fair bit of the ice that's in the deck already. Let's see. Running on HQ, pretty safe thing to run on. You can break that. Hitting another agenda. Ooh. Oh, not what you want to see, especially with not having the boy on the board or anything like that. And adding a card back to HQ. Whatever was going to be done with that card in Server 3, it's not going to happen anymore. Jai is just going to sit back and click for credits and wait. Jai knows that this is a spot where you can be safe, where you can relax a bit. There's a lot of cards in archives now. And Jai is at 6 points, so if any of those are agendas, that's end the game. Unless Warlock can put down a moon pool. Let's see. 3 cards on the table. That does also mean, though, that you don't need to worry about things like stings. The deck has 3 stings, and you don't need to worry about taking damage off of those from when they're scored, because you're at 6 points. Damage only happens after you've scored the agenda. You'll instantly win the game before you can take the damage. So you don't have to be like, oh no, there's a sting and there's a boy on the field, I'm ruined. You're safe. Let's see. I'd love to see Warlock come back from this, from 6-0. Love to see it. Love to see him pull this off somehow.
Guy believes in him.
It can absolutely be done. We've seen it.
You're only down 6 points. Just pull it back.
Just Regenesis twice in one turn.
Or maybe he's musing about how he's going to lose this from being 6 points up. That sounds more in line with Jai, but
There's an enemy. Oh yeah, 6 cards left in R&D is not good. That's a good point. You never know, though. An enemy is going to be... That's some damage, but not the worst thing. Can't keep Jai out of archives. This is good chance that this is it, and we've just been having agendas thrown into archives this whole game. Oh. Rezzing the boy, but it doesn't matter because already has points. Let's see how many agendas were in archives. You can concede now. Right after this breach. Let's see, there is a Fuji and a Sting. Yeah, so archives was packed no matter what. Oof. What else was there? Oh god, there were 3 stings in there! Oh wow, okay. Well, that's certainly something. Seems like it was just a really, really rough game for Warlock in terms of a card draw. Just really rough breaks.
I'm sorry, did you say 3 stings and a Fuji in archives there?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, in
That
theory,
is-
if you can moonpool back the Fuji, like, it's not a bad move.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like,
Yeah.
it just is like, oh, it really is just a matter of draw order.
Yeah, just couldn't find the
Finding-
cohorts, couldn't get any damage at the beginning of the game, couldn't get the ID to fire. Rough. Well done to both players. All right.
Mhm.
I think the other game is finished up as well. I believe our other game finished, and let me see. Yeah, it looks like Drop Bear won. So we are going to see Jai on Nuvum versus Drop Bear on Mags for the finale. We're going to get to see my favorite deck, Mags, go again. I'm so excited. Wah. Yay.
I'm excited to see Nuving and Os in action.
I love Nuvum. Nuvum is my favorite deck. I'm also very curious to actually get to see these. So let's I'll take a quick look at these decks. Hold on. We can look at the deck lists real quick. So Jai's deck for don't want to spend too much time because I know the round's about to start, but really quickly
What
looking
is
at
this? Above the law, the Basalt Spire, Fly Swatter, Afshar, Treeline Winchester, Slash and Burn Agriculture. This is... Jai, how dare you do this to us?
who put these in this order? Who did this? Who did this?
There's an
You can't do
SDS
this. You
rogue
put
deployment
agendas at the
between
top.
Predictive planogram and logjam.
You monster.
I can't work under these conditions.
All right. Well, let's go watch the final game once it's set up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see this. Very excited to see Max again. I'm sorry, Jai. Well, actually, no. This is literally the two decks I play right now. My main decks are a Nuvum deck and a Max deck. This is my tournament finale. They customized this just because they knew that I would be commentating.
Mhm.
We're like,
You have
she's so
pulled the
wonderful.
strings.
Let's do something for her. So what is what else is Nuvum deck doing? There's 3 hedge funds, makes sense. 1 data vault is interesting. Nano management, that's a way to score out. 3 measured response, as you expect, just the instant way to kill. 3 Basalt Spires are really good with measured response, lets you kill. It's going to be hard to kill this Mags, though, as we've seen. She's really good at having just a ton of cards in hand at all times. 3 Petty Cash, Anthills, KPI, Hammer. All the stuff you kind of expect from a Nuvum, just going to play a lot of cards, make a ton of money, and then be ready to measured response when you can. Hopefully score out a Basalt Spire and kill with that, is my guess.
You've got, it looks like 22 points for the 50 card minimum, which is the DSDS, 3 Basalt, then above the law, Slash and Burn, and 3 off the books is the last one.
Yeah. Then the Mags we've seen before. And look at this formatting. Look at this beautiful formatting. Someone is understands how to make things look nice for us.
Someone knew how to click plain text in the export button.
Someone
How do you even
us.
get and what, like, it's not alphabetical, it's not by type. Is it by set and just doesn't say it? No. What have you done, Jai?
How could you do this to us, Jai? All right, so this is going to be we've got 2 deep dives, as we've seen, 1 Harmony AR therapy instead of a different hey Weaver, 1 Harmony instead of a Ashen Epilogue. List of cards on the right when you edit a JNet list. Okay, that makes sense. 1 ritual, 3 overclock, 1 spec work. Only 1 ritual, 1 spec work is interesting. This I'm just critiquing as someone who's played a lot of Mags. 2 DZMZs, 2 lily pads, and 3 simul chips. Definitely means you can be selling a lot. The Hannah's there to activate the deep dive. Makes sense. 1 Azimuth, 3 coalescence, 3 coalescence, 3 fermenter, no muse, all SMCs. 1 cup. It's just a really solid list for always making sure you have a lot of cards in hand and can do just about anything. It's nothing super surprising, but it works. All of this works very well. All right, let's go take a look at the finals. Here we go. Jai says blame JNet. Interesting. Right. Excited to see this. No timer on this game. We'll see how long it goes. Mags is free to wait it as long as Drop Bear wants to just endlessly think about every single decision. Here we go. Final game. What would be the most cursed way to order your cards?
I think you just, like, you shuffle your deck and then you flip a card over one at a time and write it down. Like, you don't even collate the play sets.
That would be about the worst. All right, we've got 2 keeps. Definitely love to see that. Now, this is open deck lists, so Magdalene will know. Dropper will know that you are up against 3 You're up against 3 measured responses here, so you know exactly what you're scared of at all times. Nuvum playing an operation, and then installing an ice on R&D and an ice on server 1, protecting yourself in 2 spots, and then letting HQ be open. Don't need to worry about any transfer of wealths or anything. Ooh, that's an amazing start for Mags. Getting the hedge fund into Leapfrog and a Nuka on the field. Absolutely incredible start. That lets you really accelerate your card draw, and you have the Nuka to start playing cards next turn, and you have the money to pay for it with Sure Gamble. Exactly the start you want. God. Great start from both players, honestly. I keep calling it Leapfrog because that's what I think of the children's computer. I had a lot of Leapfrog toys as a kid. And when I think of Frog computer, that's what I think of. Whoa.
What's that
Stuck
the test
in my
name
head.
for it? Was that the playtest name for it?
I don't know. I wasn't around back then. I genuinely don't know. I just call it that because I'm like, oh, it's Frog computer. That was the playtest name? Okay, that's very funny. Someone might have told me that, but I think of that because I think of Frog computer. All right.
I mean the flavor text right there, leaps and bounds, like
Yeah.
a little wink.
Yeah. All right, 1 advancement in server 1, putting something down there. Mags is generally a pretty safe deck to advance out against early on. You can often score just by doing that because the runner is usually going to take a few turns to set up. This means you can do what I think is about to happen, which is score a Basalt Spire, which is, oh, that's so good. I have said before when playing Nuvum that if you score a Basalt Spire, you just win the game instantly.
That good, huh?
It is that good if you can manage to score it out. For example, do you want a measured response to the runner? Would you like to play that 3 times in 1 turn? Well, now all you need is 1 in archives and 1 in your hand. You return the 1 into your hand on their turn, you play 1, return it to your hand, play it, and then play the other one. There's so many ways to get everything you need out of archives so easily. It's absolutely incredible if you can manage to pull it off. And it's definitely the right choice against this Magdalene deck because you're going to want to spend a couple of turns getting set up. You're going to want to spend some time figuring out what you want to do. Scoring out an early big agenda that's really powerful like that is a solid thing to do. Really smart play. Putting another card down in a server 1. This could be a second agenda, threatening the measured response immediately and being up on 5 points. Drawing up with Magdalene. Really need to get some icebreakers and things down just to start getting into servers. Oh, the sound's been messed up. Hold on. Sorry about the weird sounds if the sounds were a little bit fucked up. Anyways. Pinholing archives to see what's in server, or pinholing HQ to see what's in server 1. That's a smart play. You can see if that's an agenda you need to work. Above the law! That is not what you want to see here. Ooh.
Drop Air decides to not pay to steal above the law.
Now you could make a run for it. Going to make the run with only a Gauss installed, just hoping that if there's a sentry you can break through it. 17 is enough to just install a Biowak, res a Biowak naked, which would just be killer here, but would also cost all of your credits. This is interesting. I don't know what you do here. Jai is thinking. I'm guessing that one of these is a Biowak, and Jai's debating whether to do it. This deck is running Biowak, is it? Or maybe it isn't.
No.
Never mind, it's not. So what could this be? Fly Swatter is not a barrier, I don't believe. Winchester, but those would both go on HQ most likely. There's 3 hammers. A hammer would be really good over here. Logjam is not great here. Maskarovka is not great here. This is actually a safer play than I expected because looking at Jai's list, it's mostly barriers. Almost entirely. There's there's 3 log jams, 3 Maskarovkas. Like you can
Tree
know
line.
that the 3 tree line
as well.
You know that you're
Yep.
mostly up at, like, there is a good chance both of these are going to be barriers and you can just get in with the Gauss. It's dangerous, but
Like, yes, but at the same time, I'm counting 2 fly swatter, Afshar, Winchester, 3 hammer, 2 descent. That's 9
Yeah.
non-barrier.
of those, the only one that I'd really be scared of is the hammer, I think. Oh, there's a
Here's
log jam. Not great. Looks like the gamble paid off for Drop Bear, and he's going to get in here. And on top of that, going to keep it at exactly 2 total advancement score. So you're not hitting threat 4, don't have to worry about measured response. Finally installing Coalescence, getting a little bit more money.
I wonder how much Jai was banking on archives being run early so as to get a little bit more out of that logjam.
Could be.
It doesn't, let's see, 3 logjam, but no armed asset protection, so not too concerned with the, counting face-up types. But
yeah. Using Basalt Spire to add 1 card from Archives to HQ. Curious what that is. Might be trying to get... Reinstall Coalescence to draw a card. Not entirely sure why, because you can't play... You're not worried about measured response yet. Oh. Right, can't get money. Jai ends up deciding to purge virus counters. Interesting. Just to keep the runner off money. I assume hoping to kill with measured response, but I'm not entirely sure what the plan is here, especially with no ice on HQ, just letting you potentially trash all the measured responses. That's the thing that's important to remember about measured response. Unlike punitive, it can get blown up quite easily, in fact.
yeah, native trash cost of 3.
Yeah.
Got a stone chip coming down.
That'll help. Puts you at a few more cards. Not
There are
something you have to
3
worry
in
about.
this list.
Now, hilariously, with a simul chip and a stone chip, you can get up to 8 cards in hand on the corpse turn. Which is not a good idea, I don't think, but is really funny.
Well, at the very least, like, if you manage to avoid, like, how do I want to say, making your Maggie install your lily pad install, then stone chip it by itself is enough to get you to the 8 card.
Actually, yeah, that's all you need. If your Maggie is your lily pad, that puts you at 8. Wow, that's so many cards. Card in server 1. Taking a credit. Huh. Drawing a card, putting a card in server 1, and taking a credit. Not sure what the plan... Like, I'm confused at what the plan here is for Jai. What the goal is here. I mean, obviously there's measured response, but I feel like with measured response, you just try and say, we know that the mags list is running a compilation. You get one of those out, you could potentially just clear the hand of all of them. Running on this server again, but has the revolver down now to protect against... It's just a tree line. That'll be pretty expensive to break. So this is going to cost... Gauss is going to be... Oh, that's bad numbers. That is... 5, and then 6, 7, 8. That's 9 total to get into this server if you decide to try and get in. You could also just let it fire. Nope, going to get in. So that's 5.
I'm counting 10. 10?
Could be 10. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's 10.
Yeah, it looked
it's
a
10.
lot worse when it had just entered and we had the
Yeah,
had
plus
its
4
4 strength.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's another Basalt Spire. Okay. So now once again, you can survive 2 measured responses here. If you're really smart, if you have a program in hand right now, and you can install it, you have the money to install it, you can survive 2 measured responses. Going to run on HQ, seeing a measured response. All right, let's see. Do you have it? It has to be a program that costs 1. There it is, Copulation. Okay, that draws you a card, puts you at 6. No, wait. No, it didn't, because you've already installed the card this turn. That's it, that's game. Because you already installed one with Lilypad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Oh, that hurts. You 1 off.
What?
Oh, what a game. What a game. 1 card draw off of Lilypad off. Losing the game
Yeah,
because you barely miscalculated on Lilypad. Oh.
I'm wondering too what the face downs were, because we saw 3 basalt recursions, and the first 2 were face downs. I wonder what those might have been.
Let me see. See if I can get Jai to show it off. Oh, nothing in archives. Nothing of importance. Wow. Close game. You almost got to see what Mags can do to survive that, but not quite. Oh. HQ did not have a third thing. Descent Hammer, Logjam, Data Vault, Pivot, and Seamless Launch. Yeah, it's a solid Nuvum deck. I like this deck. It's interesting. Definitely, I think that this deck was scoring out that early Basalt Spire was the right choice. That was a game-winning choice. Well done. Well done to all our competitors. Thanks to everyone who turned out today. It was a really fun tournament. Thanks so much for commentating with me, Mondi.
Yeah, thanks for running so I didn't have to. I had a wedding to attend that was very nice. And
Oh, I'm glad the wedding was all right.
It was, and coming back and going goblin mode about cardboard. Just a nice end cap.
Yeah.
To the evening.
Great time. All right. Well, congrats to Jai for winning the tournament with Nuvum and Sable. Congrats to Drop Bear in 2nd, Motion Blur in 3rd, and Warlock in 4th. And then congrats to all the rest of our competitors: Stwide, TX Pete, Not Again, New Poldrix, I Am the Goal, Quarkinator, Sned, and Luria. All of you played fantastically, and I was glad to see what you did. Thanks so much for everyone who turned out. It was a really fun tournament. Glad I could do this. I am going to go to bed.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it, but it's a good idea.
Slung. Thanks so much to everyone who tuned in.
Yep, thanks a lot.